Welcome back to Harry's Cosmos, where today we ask, what if Bellatrix and Narcissa raised Harry and Hermione? If you enjoy long-form wizarding what-ifs, please hit that like button and subscribe, it genuinely helps the channel grow. Settle in with a drink of choice, this one's a proper novel-length run. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Severed Thread. The cottage in Godric's Hollow was still burning at the edges when Bellatrix Lestrange stepped over the threshold and laughed. It was not a kind laugh. It never was. It rolled out of her throat like something loosed from a cage, bright and terrible, and it bounced off the broken banister and the shards of picture glass and the smell of ozone still clinging to the upstairs hall. Bella. The voice behind her was not a laugh. It was a blade laid carefully flat. For Merlin's sake, stop that. He's gone, sissy. Bellatrix lifted both arms as if to embrace the ruined ceiling. Her hair was wild, her eyes wild, her gown splattered with somebody else's blood, though whose she could no longer remember. He's gone. The Dark Lord is gone. Can you feel it? Can you feel the quiet? I feel a broken house and a crying child and the Aurors arriving in minutes, Narcissa Malfoy hissed. She was a pale thing by the doorway, a frost sculpture in traveling robes. Her wand was out. Her eyes were darting. We need to leave. Now. Where's Rodolphus? Disapparated, where we should be. Bella, look at me. Bellatrix turned, slowly, and her sister flinched at what she saw. Bellatrix was smiling the way a person smiles after something has broken inside them and they have decided to become the breaking. He isn't gone, Bellatrix whispered. He can't be gone. I'd feel it. I'd feel it like a mother feels a child die, sissy, and I don't feel it. Something is wrong. Something happened here. Then let us work out what happened somewhere that isn't a crime scene, Narcissa said. From above them, muffled by plaster and ruin, a child was wailing. Thin and reedy and inconsolable. It had been wailing for some time. Neither of them had gone up. Narcissa glanced at the stairs. Don't, Bellatrix said. There is a child, Bella. A Potter child. And I am in no mood. They will find him. Narcissa's voice was very soft. The order. They will find him and they will put him somewhere, and the Dark Lord, if the Dark Lord returns, when he returns, that child will be the first thing he comes for. You know he will. You heard what the Longbottom girl said she heard in the pub. A prophecy, Bella. Whatever it was, he went after this child for a reason. The child is proof of the reason. And the Dark Lord hates a proof. Bellatrix's smile thinned into something harder to read. What are you suggesting, sissy? I am suggesting, said Narcissa, already moving towards the stairs because she had always been the one who moved while Bellatrix was still deciding to move, that we do not leave a weapon on the ground for someone else to pick up. You want to kill a baby. I want to lift a baby. Narcissa was already halfway up. If we still want to kill it in a month, we can kill it in a month. But you and I do not walk away from the only surviving witness to our Lord's disappearance. Bellatrix barked out another laugh, and followed. The nursery door hung at an angle from its top hinge. Inside was a crib, and inside the crib was a baby, and the baby was red-faced and slick with tears and ridiculous in its sodden-striped blanket. There was a cut on its forehead, a jagged, half-healed thing shaped almost like a rune. Blood had crusted along it in a line as clean as calligraphy. Oh, said Narcissa, as though she had opened a gift she hadn't expected to like. Oh, Bellatrix echoed, staring at the scar. The child's mother was on the floor. The child's mother had died on her feet with her arms out. The child's father was downstairs and had died with his wand still on the sideboard. He tried, Bellatrix murmured, and some strange note crept into her voice that Narcissa, who knew her sister the way one knows a weather system, did not recognize. He tried, and it didn't work. Sissy. It didn't work on the child. We can determine why later. He touched this baby, Bellatrix said, reaching for the crib. He touched this baby and something went wrong. Bella. Pick him up or don't. Horrors. Bellatrix picked him up. She did it badly. She did it the way a person who has never touched a baby picks up a baby, with one hand under the armpit and the other hanging uselessly at her side like a forgotten scarf, and the baby's head lolled and he made a small, surprised sound, and Bellatrix Lestrange, who had flayed the Longbottoms into ruin a week earlier, froze. Support the head, Narcissa said, with great patience. Bella. The head. I know. You don't know. Give me your cloak. Narcissa gave her the cloak. Bellatrix wrapped the child, still with that same stricken, bewildered expression, and held him against her shoulder. The crying, to their mutual astonishment, stopped. Merlin, Bellatrix breathed. Apparate, Narcissa said. Sissy, apparate now, Bella, or I swear on our mother's grave I will leave you here to explain to Madame Moody why you are holding the boy who lived. They disapparated in the same instant. The cottage behind them shuddered in the silence they left. 3 minutes later, Sirius Black arrived on a motorcycle that did not have its engine running, and stood in the doorway of an empty nursery, and began, quietly and thoroughly, to scream. Narcissa did not take them to Malfoy Manor. She was not a fool. She took them to the one place Bellatrix's husband would not think to check, the one property that still belonged, through 6 layers of trust, to the House of Black itself, a cold grey pile in the Highlands that had not been warmed by human breath in 19 years. Its name did not matter. It had many names. Its door, when they touched it, recognized the blood of Walburga's nieces and sighed open like something waking up grateful. Put him down, Narcissa said once they were inside. On the sofa. No, the one without the mice. There are mice. There are mice everywhere, Bella. It is a black house. What did you expect? Bellatrix put the child down. He had fallen asleep against her shoulder on the apparition. He looked so small on the enormous velvet sofa that for a moment Bellatrix could not breathe, and she did not know why. We need a nurse, Narcissa said. She was pacing. She was removing her gloves one finger at a time. A nurse, a wet nurse, an elf, we have elves, we have creature can be compelled, no, I don't trust creature, he's mother's creature. We need our own. We need, Sissy. And we need cover, a glamour at least, because if anyone sees him that scar is recognizable, that scar is going to be on every front page in Britain by morning, Sissy. And we need to decide, Bella. We need to decide what we are doing. Because this is not a thing one undoes. Bellatrix was still looking at the child. What was his name? Harry. Harry James Potter. Harry. She said it as if it were a foreign word. Bella. Look at me. She looked. We cannot use that name, Narcissa said, very steadily. We cannot use any name that links him. If we are doing this, he is ours. He is a Black. He is not a Potter. Not in this house. Not anywhere. A Black. A Black. Bellatrix began, quite suddenly, to cry. It was an entirely silent thing. She did not appear to notice. She only stared down at the sleeping baby, and the tears rolled from her eyes and vanished into her collar, and her hand, trembling, hovered above him without landing. I was supposed to give him one, she whispered. The Dark Lord. An heir. I was supposed to, I tried, Sissy, I tried for years, and nothing, I know. And he came and he took my boy's face and he made a mess of it, and now he's gone, and what am I supposed to do, Sissy, what am I supposed to? You are supposed, said Narcissa, who had a son not 3 months older than this one sleeping in a distant wing of Malfoy Manor, and whose heart, against every expectation, gave a small, treacherous lurch in her chest, to hold him so he doesn't fall off the sofa. That is what you are supposed to do. Now. Bellatrix held him. They did not kill him in a month. They did not kill him ever. By the time Harry Black, as he was called, as he would always be called, had his first tooth, Narcissa had built a paper trail that would have impressed a goblin bank. She had conjured distant cousins and deceased great-aunts out of the Black family tapestry. She had found a squib midwife in Prague and paid her enough to be eloquent. By the time Harry was 2, there was a birth record lodged in the Department of Magical Births and Deaths for one Hadrian Regulus Black, son of an undocumented Black Continental branch, orphaned in tragic and unverifiable circumstances, taken in by his loving great-aunt Bellatrix and her devoted sister Narcissa. The ministry, which was in those years busy losing its mind over Death Eaters and prisoner transfers, did not look closely. Bellatrix was not arrested. Narcissa had seen to that too. It would be pleasant to say she saw to it by some act of legal brilliance. In truth, she had gone, pale and straight-backed, to a man named Barty Crouch, who wanted names. She had given him 7 names. None of them were her husband's. None of them were her sister's. All of them were real Death Eaters, some already caught, some fled, 1 or 2 quietly disposed of by Narcissa's own hand a week before the interview to ensure they would not contradict. She had paid for her sister's freedom in strangers and in sleep, and she had, at 27 years old, stopped sleeping through the night for the rest of her life. "You should have let me go to Azkaban," Bellatrix said to her once, early on, when she was still capable of saying such things. They were in the nursery Narcissa had built on the 2nd floor of the Highland house. Bellatrix was feeding Harry a bottle, rather clumsily. Narcissa was reading a letter from her husband, which asked a great deal of questions and would not receive honest answers. "I nearly did," Narcissa said, without looking up. "Why didn't you?" "Because then there would have been one of us. And we are sisters, Bella. That is our number. 2. I am not amenable to being one." Bellatrix said nothing for a long time. "He wet himself," she said eventually. "Of course he did. Give him here." Harry did not know, for the first years of his life, that there was such a thing as a world outside the Highland house. He knew the stone corridor between the nursery and the library. He knew the library, which was vast and cold and forbidden to touch without gloves. He knew the kitchen, where an elf named Tippin made porridge with honey. He knew the terrace, which overlooked a loch that changed color with the hour. He knew Aunt Sissy, who was always clean and always perfumed and who sometimes smiled at him in a way that made him feel he had done something clever even when he hadn't known he was trying. He knew Mother. Bellatrix insisted on being called Mother. She insisted on it in the face of Narcissa's visible reservations, in the face of her husband's visible horror when he was finally, on a cautious schedule, allowed to visit, in the face of a certain small-eyed family solicitor who had been bribed to pretend he understood. Mother. Not aunt. Not cousin. Mother. Bellatrix Black Lestrange had gone into the Godric's hollow cottage a woman possessed of a single obsession. She had come out of it possessed of 2. The obsession had rearranged her. She was still cruel. She would always be cruel. But her cruelty had acquired an object to protect, and that made it, if not gentler, at least more organized. Mother, Harry said, around the age of 2.5, pointing at a portrait of Walburga Black in the gallery. He had mixed up the women. "That," said Bellatrix, "is your grandmother, in a manner of speaking. She would have disliked you enormously." "Why?" "Because you are not yet sufficiently frightening, darling." "Oh. We are working on it." "Oh." He toddled off to find a stick to pretend was a wand. Bellatrix watched him go, and, very quietly, in the pause between 2 breaths, she let herself feel something she did not know how to name. Then she went and found Narcissa and asked her, in a voice she kept carefully casual, whether a child of 2.5 ought to be learning to duel yet. "He ought to be learning his colors, Bella." "Oh. His colors. His letters. His numbers. In a year or 2, his runes. But not yet. Soon. Soon. Bellatrix smiled in a way that Narcissa tried, and failed, not to find alarming. The Granger business came 3.5 years later, and was entirely Narcissa's fault. She would, in later years, insist this was untrue. She would point out that it had been Bellatrix who overheard the gossip at a dinner at Knott's. She would point out that it had been Lucius who made the first approach. She would point out that she had, in fact, said at the time that it was a spectacularly bad idea. But it was Narcissa who went to fetch the child, because Narcissa was the only one in that house who could be trusted not to kill a muggle on principle, and so, when Narcissa told the story honestly, she admitted it. The gossip was this: in a semi-detached house in a commuter village outside Oxford, a 5-year-old girl had begun turning her bedtime books into birds. The books did not stay birds. After half an hour they turned back into books, usually upside down on top of the wardrobe. The girl's parents, who were dentists and therefore practical people, had taken her to 3 separate specialists who had told them 3 separate lies, and were, by the time the magical world noticed, very close to contacting a man at the BBC. "She is a Muggle-born," Lucius had said, in the study at Malfoy Manor, his fingers steepled, his expression uncharacteristically interested. "A strong one, by the sound. And the family is, let us say, noisy. The ministry has a file. Then the ministry will handle it," Narcissa had said. "The ministry will obliviate the parents, monitor the child, and send her a Hogwarts letter in 6 years. Yes. In the meantime, another strong child not claimed by any house, walks around Britain drawing attention to us. So claim her." Lucius had smiled, the smile that had, over the course of their marriage, taught Narcissa to triple-check every door. "Precisely. You want us to raise a Muggle-born. I want us to raise," Lucius had said, "an asset. Draco will need a bond made of adequate power someday. The old families are inbred. The new blood is coarse. A Muggle-born of sufficient strength, raised correctly, is a greater prize than a dozen pure-blood heiresses who cannot light a candle. You are proposing we kidnap a child. I am proposing we rescue a child. From dentists. From obscurity, my dear." Narcissa had gone home that night and not slept. She had gone into the nursery where Harry, 5 years old, slept curled around a stuffed basilisk. She had looked at him for a long time. And she had thought, with an honesty she permitted herself only at 3 in the morning, he is lonely. He was. Draco was a cousin, not a brother. Draco came and went. Draco had his own house, his own tutors, his own father whom Harry called Uncle Lucius with a carefully schooled face. Harry had Bellatrix, who loved him in her particular violent way, and Narcissa, who loved him in her particular cold way, and an elf, and a series of portraits who were mostly rude. He had no one his own size. In the morning Narcissa had gone to Bellatrix and said, "Lucius wants us to take a Muggle child. A strong one." Bellatrix had looked up from the Daily Prophet. Her hair had still been in pin curls. Her expression had changed very slightly. "A girl? A girl. For Harry. For Draco. Officially. Officially." Bellatrix had put down the paper. "Sissy. Yes. Harry has been asking for a sister. I know he has. He doesn't know that is what the word means, yet, but he has been asking. I know he has. Get her." It was, Narcissa would think later, the fastest decision Bellatrix had ever made in her life, and easily the most consequential. The village was called Hayford Parva. The house had a brass number 14 on the gate and a hydrangea that was dying. Narcissa arrived at 9:30 in the evening on a warm September Thursday. She was dressed, as she always was when she did something unforgivable, entirely in grey. She knocked. The man who opened the door was tall, balding, wearing a cardigan over a shirt. There was a bedtime story half open in his hand. He looked tired. "Mr. Granger?" Narcissa said. "Yes. My name is Narcissa. I am from, a school. The special school. I believe your daughter's teacher rang. Her teacher. Mr. Granger blinked. Nobody rang. Ah. How embarrassing. May I come in? It will take only a moment. He let her in. Muggles, Narcissa had been told by Lucius, almost always did, provided one was well dressed and used the word school. She stepped into a narrow hall with a coat rack made of deer antlers and a smell of beef stew, and she felt, to her great surprise, faintly ashamed. Mrs. Granger came out of the kitchen drying her hands. Hermione Jean Granger, 5 years and 4 months old, came halfway down the stairs in a nightdress with a giraffe on it and stopped, staring at the stranger with enormous, wary, brown eyes. "Hello," Narcissa said, gently. "Hello," said Hermione. "I understand you've been making your books fly." Hermione's mouth opened. Hermione's mouth closed. Mrs. Granger said, with strain, "She has a very active imagination." "I don't doubt it," said Narcissa. Mrs. Granger. "Mr. Granger. I am going to tell you something, and I am going to ask you to sit down. It is going to be a strange few minutes. I promise you it is also going to be all right." It was a lie. Narcissa did not yet know she was lying. She sat them down in their own sitting room, on their own sofa. She told them the truth about magic, briefly and well. She watched their faces do the thing Muggle faces did, which was move through disbelief into a frightened, hopeful openness. She watched Mrs. Granger reach for Mr. Granger's hand. She watched Hermione, on the stairs, creep closer. And then Narcissa said, very softly, "There is a school she will go to, when she is 11. It is the finest institution of its kind in the world. But, and this is what your daughter's teacher should have explained, and I am so sorry she did not, children like Hermione are often identified earlier. Strong children. Children whose magic is, too much, at this age, for a Muggle household to contain safely." Safely? Mrs. Granger's voice had gone small. "She turned a book into a bird," Narcissa said. "The next accident will be larger. It may involve, I am sorry to say, her own skin. Or yours." It was the truest thing she said all evening, and it did the most work. "There is a preparatory program," she went on. "Residential. I would not normally recommend it for a child so young. But given the strength of her gift, and given that you have been, understandably, unable to find appropriate guidance here, residential." Mr. Granger said. "You mean, boarding?" "I mean safety." "We can't, you can visit," Narcissa lied. "You will be welcome. There are visiting days. There is correspondence. There is a magical telephone, of a sort. I would not ask this of you if I did not believe it was in her best interests." Hermione, on the stairs, said, "Is there a library?" Narcissa looked at her. "A very large one," she said, and her voice, she hoped, did not shake. "Larger than any library you have ever seen." Hermione's face changed. It was the change of a small, serious person who has heard, for the first time in her life, a word that fits her. "Okay," she said. "Hermione, darling, sweetheart, I want to go," Hermione said. She said it in the tone Narcissa had already, in 5 minutes, begun to recognize as the tone a Granger used when a Granger had decided. They let her go. Of course they let her go. Narcissa had not needed the imperious curse she had been prepared to use. She had not needed the forged pamphlet in her handbag, or the false paperwork, or the small gold envelope of galleons she had been told by Lucius to leave on the mantelpiece. She had, in the end, needed only the Granger's love, which had been pointed at their daughter's well-being so entirely that it could be turned, with a little steering, against them. She did, as she was leaving, cast a very small, very soft confundus on both parents, just to ease the memory. She told them they had signed papers. She told them the school would write. She told them they had been wonderful parents. The last was not part of the script. She walked Hermione out through the garden gate. Hermione had a small suitcase. In it were a toothbrush, a pair of pajamas, 4 books, and a stuffed otter. She held Narcissa's hand with total, trusting calm. "What's your name again?" Hermione asked, at the corner. "Narcissa." "That's a flower." "Yes. My mum's name is," she stopped. Her face did a very small thing. Narcissa crouched down. She looked at the child at eye level. She did the thing she had been going to do all along, but she did it now, earlier, with a softness she had not planned. "Hermione," she said. "Your mother and father love you very much. They are going to miss you every single day. I need you to know that. Do you understand?" "Yes. But you are a witch. Do you know what that means?" "I think so. It means you are extraordinary. It means you will do things most people cannot do. And it means there is a world that wants you, that needs you, and in that world there is going to be a boy your age who is waiting for a friend. Do you like friends?" Hermione nodded slowly. "Good." Narcissa stood. She took the child's hand more firmly. They stepped off the curb together, and in the pause between the second step and the third the air folded around them and the village of Hayford Parva lost, without its knowledge, one of the brightest children it would ever have produced. At the Highland house, Harry was on the floor of the library, flat on his stomach, chin on his fists, staring crossly at a book of children's hexes because Bellatrix had told him that if he learned the Jellylegs jinx by tea time she would let him try it on Tippin. He heard the door open. He did not look up, because he had a theory about concentration. He heard his aunt's voice, low, and his mother's voice, and a third voice, a smaller one, saying something about a staircase. He looked up. There was a girl standing in the doorway with Aunt Sissy. She had a huge amount of hair. She had a nightdress with a giraffe on it. She had a small battered suitcase and she was clutching a stuffed otter in a way that suggested the otter had saved her life more than once. She looked at Harry. Harry looked at her. "Hello," said Harry, who had been rehearsed by Bellatrix for precisely this scenario in a way that had involved the phrase pure-blood courtesies a great deal. "I am Hadrian Regulus Black. I am extremely pleased to meet you." "I'm Hermione," said the girl. "Hermione what?" Hermione looked up at Narcissa. "Hermione Black," said Narcissa, very smoothly, "as of this evening." Hermione looked at Narcissa for a long moment. Then she looked back at Harry. Something calibrated, behind her serious little eyes. "Hermione Black," she said. "Do you want to see the library?" Harry said. "Yes please." "Do you know the Jellylegs jinx?" "No." "I'll teach you," said Harry grandly, who did not know it. "We can practice on the elf." "Oh, we are absolutely not practicing on the elf," said Narcissa. "You see," Harry said to Hermione, in a stage whisper, "Aunt Sissy is the boring one." "I heard that." "I know." Hermione, for the first time since she had left Hayford Parva, smiled. It was a small smile. It went up only on one side. It was, Narcissa noted with the clinical detachment of a woman who had just committed a kidnapping and did not wish to feel anything about it, the exact shape of the smile Narcissa's own sister used to wear at 5 years old, before the world got to her. Bellatrix appeared in the doorway behind Narcissa. Bellatrix had clearly been lurking. Bellatrix had put on her best robes and had not entirely managed to hide it. "You must be Hermione," Bellatrix said, in a voice she had been practicing all afternoon. "I am Harry's mother. You may call me, Auntie Bella." Hermione tried. Bellatrix's face did several things at once. Narcissa watched with the interest of a duelist watching a long-studied opponent lose their footing. "Auntie Bella," Bellatrix repeated, as if testing the weight. "Yes. For now. Yes. Nice to meet you, Auntie Bella." "Nice to meet you, Hermione." There was a pause in which Narcissa became aware that her sister, Bellatrix Lestrange, who had laughed her way through the torture of two good people and called it sport, did not appear to know what to do with her hands. "Come on," said Harry, briskly, because he was 5 and had limits. "The library." He grabbed Hermione's free hand. The stuffed otter dangled between them. They disappeared through the doorway at a run, Hermione's hair bouncing, and their footsteps on the old oak boards were very small and very fast and very exactly in time. Bellatrix watched them go. "Sissy," she said, without turning her head. "Yes. What have you brought into my house?" "Company, Bella." "Company. Company for him. Look at his face." Bellatrix looked. Harry, at the top of the corridor, was talking at full speed and walking backwards and gesturing at every portrait. The portraits were, to a frame, frowning. Hermione was nodding with the grave attention of a child who has been given, at last, a piece of information to file. "Sissy." "Yes. If anything happens to that girl I will kill everyone in Britain." "I did anticipate you might feel that way, Bella." "Everyone. Starting with your husband." "I said I anticipated, darling." They stood side by side for a moment in the doorway, two sisters in their middle 30s in a crumbling Highland house, listening to two children laugh in a corridor, and neither of them said the thing they were both thinking, which was that whatever plan Lucius had for the Granger girl had just, at approximately 9:47 on a warm September Thursday, fallen comprehensively apart. On the terrace that night, very late, after the children had been put to bed in the same room because Hermione had cried when they tried to separate them and Harry had sat on the floor outside her door and refused to move, Bellatrix and Narcissa stood with 2 glasses of elf-made wine and looked at the lock. "He is going to find us," Bellatrix said. "Lucius? The Dark Lord. One day. He will find a way back, Sissy. He always does. I know. And he will ask where Harry has been all these years. I know. And he will take him." Narcissa did not answer at once. The lock was black and the moon was on it. A small wind moved across the terrace and lifted the loose hair at her temple. "Then we had better," she said finally, "be better at raising him than the Dark Lord is at taking." Bellatrix laughed. It was quieter than her laugh in the nursery at Godric's Hollow. It was a laugh that had been slowly, over 6 years, learning to be a human sound. "Sissy." "Yes. What are we doing?" "I have no idea, darling." "None at all?" "None whatsoever." They drank. Upstairs, in a room at the end of the east corridor, 2 children were asleep on one bed. Hermione was holding her otter. Harry was holding Hermione's sleeve, lightly, as if checking she was real. Neither of them knew yet that one of them had, 6 years ago, survived the killing curse, and the other had been, 4 hours ago, stolen. Neither of them, for a very long time, would know. The first week, Hermione did not speak unless spoken to. She ate when the elf put food in front of her. She bathed when Narcissa told her to bathe. She nodded when she was asked if she was warm, if she was tired, if she was comfortable. She answered questions about her Muggle life with the same brisk, complete accuracy she answered questions about the periodic table, which, Narcissa was startled to discover, she already knew in what appeared to be its entirety. But she did not speak unless spoken to. And at night, in the room they had given her, a small, warm room with a window onto the loch, beside Harry's, she cried without making any sound at all, and Narcissa, passing in the corridor at midnight, heard it only because she had spent a decade listening for her own sister crying that way. Narcissa stood outside the door for a long time. Then she went in. She did not turn on the lamp. She did not sit on the bed. She sat on the small stool by the window, and she said, very quietly, "You are allowed to be sad, Hermione." Silence. Then, after a while, a very small voice. "I'm not sad." "All right. I'm angry." "Ah. I don't know who you are." I don't know what this place is. And I feel like I should remember better. Why I came. And I can't. I remember wanting to come. But I don't remember what they, Narcissa closed her eyes. Your parents, she said, slowly, were very brave to let you come. Were they? They wanted you safe. That is all a good parent ever wants. Are you a parent? No. My son lives with my husband. Why? Because, said Narcissa, who had never said the true answer to that question aloud, my husband prefers to have his son near him, and my sister prefers to have me near her, and the world was arranged without much consultation of me. There was another silence. Auntie, said Hermione, very softly, the word still strange in her mouth. Yes. Am I going home? Narcissa did not lie. She would do many things, but she did not lie to a child in the dark. No, darling. Not for a long time. Hermione cried in the dark a little longer, and Narcissa sat on the stool, and did not reach out and did not leave. In time, Hermione fell asleep. Narcissa did not. She sat there until the gray of the lock came up in the window, and then she rose, stiff, and went to find her sister, and told her that from now on any lessons they gave this child would be the truth and only the truth, because the child could hear the shape of a lie even at 5, and Bellatrix, who had been expecting a row about something else entirely, looked at Narcissa's face and said, "All right, sissy. All right." Harry, at 5, was doing his best. He had been told by mother that a new cousin, a sister, was coming to live with them. He had been told by Aunt Sissy that this new sister was going to be sad for a while, and that it was his job to be interesting. He had been told by Bellatrix, privately, in a whisper, that if he succeeded in making Hermione laugh before the end of the month he could have his own wand to practice on, a child's wand, a training wand, but a real one. Harry had taken this very seriously. On Hermione's second day, she had found him crouched in the library aisle under the shelf marked defensive hexes, amateur, trying to balance a chocolate frog card on his nose. When she appeared, he had said, "Do you want to see a trick?" "All right. Watch this." He fell over sideways, on purpose, and the chocolate frog card landed in his hair. Hermione did not laugh. But she did say, with great seriousness, "That's not a trick. That's just falling down. It's a trick if I meant to do it." "Did you mean to do it?" "Yes." "Why?" Harry had considered this. "Because you looked sad and mother said I had to make you not sad." Hermione had stared at him for a moment. "Okay," she said, very small. "Do it again." He had done it again. And a third time. And on the fourth, when he had, in sheer exhaustion, simply sat down on the floor instead, she had made a small sound that was not quite a laugh but was, he thought, possibly a start. The first time Hermione laughed properly in the Highland house was 11 days after her arrival, and it was because of Bellatrix. Bellatrix, who had been watching this child from a distance with the intensity of a hawk watching a hare, had finally, over breakfast, asked Hermione a question. "Do you know what a boggart is, darling?" Hermione had been eating porridge. She had put down her spoon very carefully. "No, Auntie Bella. A boggart is a creature that turns into the thing you fear most." "Oh. We have one in the cellar." Narcissa, at the other end of the table, had said, very calmly, "Bellatrix. We do not have one in the cellar. We could have one in the cellar by Tuesday. We are not teaching a 5-year-old boggarts at breakfast, Bella." "I am not teaching her," Bellatrix had said, mildly offended. "I am educating her socially." Hermione had looked between them with the expression of a small person trying to work out the family rules. "What does yours turn into?" she asked Bellatrix, politely. Bellatrix had opened her mouth. Bellatrix had closed her mouth. Bellatrix had said, with a dignity that was visibly hard-won, that, "Darling, is a rude question." "Oh. Sorry. Not at all." Harry said a boggart is what makes the cupboards creak at night. Did he? Yes. Harry, said Bellatrix, turning her head slowly towards Harry, who was chewing toast with the enthusiastic obliviousness of a 5-year-old boy, is a little liar. I'm a storyteller, Harry said, with his mouth full. Swallow first. He swallowed. I'm a storyteller. Are you indeed? Yes. And is there any difference, do you feel, between a storyteller and a liar? Harry had considered this while chewing another piece of toast. Storytellers, he had said eventually, are the ones you like. And Hermione, quite unexpectedly, had laughed. It had been a small laugh. It had been an astonished one, as if she had surprised herself. But it had come all the way out, and it had gone for a full 3 seconds, and Bellatrix Lestrange had frozen with her teacup halfway to her mouth and then, very slowly, set the teacup down, and turned to Narcissa, and mouthed, I told you so. Narcissa had not said anything. She had pretended, very hard, to be reading the prophet. She had, afterwards, gone into the drawing room and sat by herself for 10 minutes and looked at her own hands. By the end of the first month, Hermione knew the library's east wing by heart. By the end of the second, she could navigate the west wing, which had been charmed in the 1840s to rearrange itself on the half-hour. By the end of the third, she was correcting the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black on his dates, and Phineas Nigellus Black had begun, despite himself, to sulk about it whenever her footsteps approached. Harry trailed her everywhere. Harry had never had anyone to show anything to, and found that he had been, his entire short life, waiting for someone to show everything to. He dragged her to the stables, where there were no horses but there was a very elderly Abraxan feather in a glass case, to the attic, where a trunk had been known to bite, to the disused ballroom, which had 2 echoes that did not quite agree. This is my favorite one, he told her, halfway across the dusty parquet. Hello. Hello, said the first echo. Good afternoon, said the second. Hermione had stared around. Why do they say different things? They disagree. Echoes can't disagree. These ones can. It's because of the curse. The what? There's a curse in the northeast corner. Aunt Sissy said not to walk there. But if you stand here you can hear them argue. Hello, said Hermione, experimentally. Hello, said the first echo. I don't like you, said the second. Hermione had looked at Harry. This is a very weird house, she had said, with great seriousness. I know, Harry had said, utterly delighted. It was in this way, one small, strange afternoon at a time, that Hermione Granger of Hayford Parva became Hermione Black of a Highland house without a name, and if there was, at the edge of her, always a faint ache where another life should have been, she did not have the vocabulary for it yet, and the only people who could have given her that vocabulary had signed, in the dentist's kitchen, a stack of forms that read slightly differently each time they looked at them. What she had, instead, was a library, and a boy who treated her like a miracle, and a tall icy aunt who sat on the stool by her window the nights she could not sleep, and a wild-haired aunt with a laugh like a bell full of broken glass who, when Hermione was sick with a fever in the 4th month, sat up all night in a chair by her bed with her wand in her hand and quietly, murderously, dared the fever to keep climbing. The fever did not keep climbing. Very few things, in the coming years, would choose to keep climbing once Bellatrix Black had sat down in a chair and stared them down. On the last night of the year, after Harry and Hermione had been sent to bed and Lucius had, at long last, gone home, Bellatrix and Narcissa sat by the fire in the long gallery and drank, again, 2 glasses of elf-made wine. It was becoming a tradition. It was becoming, in a small way, their marriage. He'll want to see her tomorrow, Narcissa said. Lucius. Yes. Tell him no. He is my husband, Bella. Tell him anyway. I will tell him, Narcissa said carefully, that she is not yet ready for extended adult company. Which is true. Good. He will not be pleased. He is rarely pleased. It does not appear to damage him. Narcissa smiled, against her will. Bella. Yes. Are we doing this right? Bellatrix turned her glass in her fingers and watched the firelight run along its rim. She was, to a discerning observer, almost sober. It was one of perhaps 4 occasions in her adult life that this had been true after 10 in the evening. I do not know, Sissy, she said. I have never done any of this before. Nor have I. And we are, between us, not what you might call suitable. No. But that boy, Bellatrix said, and her voice went very quiet, is mine. In whatever way a creature like me can claim a child, he is mine. And that girl, is ours. Is ours. And I will tell you something, Sissy. I will tell you something I have not told anyone. Go on. I would burn the Dark Lord himself, Bellatrix said, entirely evenly, before I would let him lay a finger on either of them. Narcissa looked at her sister for a long time. Somewhere, far away, a clock struck 12. The old year bowed itself out in a Highland house that had not heard laughter in 19 years and had, in the past 4 months, heard a great deal. Good, Narcissa said, at last. Because he will try. I know. And when he does, Bella, we will need to be ready. We will be. How do you know? Bellatrix smiled, and this time the smile was, for a full second, almost recognizable as the smile of a girl Narcissa remembered from 40 years ago, the smile of a sister who had once pulled Narcissa out of a frozen stream by the collar of her pinafore and thrown her up the bank spluttering and snarled, "Don't you ever, ever leave me alone." Because, Bellatrix said, we are blacks, Sissy. And blacks, in the end, are very bad at losing. The clock struck the last of its 12. Upstairs, the children slept. Downstairs, the fire burned low. And somewhere, in a forest far to the east, in a form that was not quite a body and not quite a ghost, a thing that had once been Tom Riddle stirred, very faintly, and did not know, and could not know, that the weapon it had tried to destroy was, at that moment, curled on its side in a 4-poster bed, one small hand still loosely gripping the sleeve of a Muggle-born girl who would, in 7 years, be introduced to the world as Hermione Black, pure-blood scion, unplaceable prodigy, and the only person alive that Bellatrix Lestrange had ever, in writing, described as, the good one. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Lessons of the House of Black. Harry was 8 when he cast his first real spell, and he cast it by accident, and he cast it on Draco. It was a Sunday. Sundays had, by family consensus, been designated no lesson days, which Bellatrix observed, in the sense that she did not formally open a lesson, and routinely undermined, in the sense that she could not walk past a child holding anything resembling a wand without asking what they intended to do with it. On this particular Sunday, Narcissa had brought Draco up to the Highland house for a whole weekend, which happened approximately once a season and was always a trial. Draco at 8 was pale, immaculate, and certain. He had been raised at Malfoy Manor on a diet of veneration and fine food, and he treated the crumbling grandeur of Black House the way a well-trained guest treats a country inn, with tolerant disappointment. He also, for reasons he did not entirely understand, hated Hermione. This was the problem. It's that she knows things, Harry had tried to explain to Bellatrix, weeks earlier, when Draco had, on a previous visit, reduced Hermione to furious silence by refusing to use her name for an entire afternoon. She knows things and he doesn't like it. That is called envy, darling, Bellatrix had said, looking up from her needlework, which was a dark arts periodical she had smuggled in under an embroidery hoop. Envy is a Black family trait. Your cousin is merely exercising it. He called her a mud-blood, mother. Bellatrix had put down the periodical. Did he indeed? Yes. And what did you do? I told him to take it back. And did he? No. And then what did you do? I pushed him in the lily pond. Bellatrix had looked at him for a long moment, and then her face had split into the grin Narcissa called the wolf smile, and she had said, "Good boy. I will tell your Aunt Sissy you pushed him on a rock." There aren't any rocks in the lily pond. There are now, darling. Go and fetch one. But that had been months ago, and Draco had apparently, on this latest visit, been lectured by his mother on the way up about something, and had arrived on his best behavior, which at 8 meant he spoke to Hermione as though she were a piece of inherited furniture whose provenance he found mildly distressing. Hermione, at 7, was not stupid. She had 3 years of black tutoring behind her, a face she had learned from Narcissa that revealed nothing whatsoever, and a small silent vocabulary of things she had never told anyone, including a Muggle-born girl she sometimes dreamed about who might or might not have been her. She ignored Draco. Draco ignored her ignoring him. Harry, caught between them on the south lawn, was growing steadily, dangerously angry. And then father, Draco was saying, for the third time, loudly and over Hermione's shoulder, told the minister that the committee would just have to be restructured, because as my father said, quality of administration is a matter of quality of blood. Draco, said Harry, very evenly, stop it. Stop what? Stop saying it. Stop saying what, cousin? Stop saying the thing you keep saying about blood when Hermione is standing here. Draco had blinked at Harry with genuine confusion. Why? She knows what she is. She isn't bothered. Hermione, without looking up from the book she was pretending to read, said, I'm not bothered, Harry. See? Draco said. She isn't, I am a little bothered, actually, Hermione said. I am extremely bothered. I am simply not going to discuss it with someone who gets winded walking up the stairs. Draco's face had gone very pink. Take that back. No. Take it back. Make me. Draco, who had been carrying his wand openly at his belt because he had, ludicrously, been given one at 7.5 on the grounds that his father had been, raised his hand towards it. And Harry, who had no wand, who had been allowed only the wooden training wand Bellatrix had given him at 6 and which was, at that moment, sitting on his bedside table upstairs, did something. He did not know what he had done. He felt a lurch behind his breastbone as if something had dropped, and the air in front of him went hot, and Draco, without warning, rose 6 inches off the grass and hung there, peddling. Hermione looked up. Oh, she said, in the tone of a small scholar noting a new phenomenon. Draco made a sound like a teakettle. Harry, said Hermione, put him down. I don't know how I picked him up. Try. Harry tried. Draco dropped. He dropped badly, and he dropped on the part of the lawn where the dogs had been, and he got up with grass stains on his white robes and with his white hair all on end and with 2 spots of color on his cheekbones, and he said, in a voice quite high with fury, I am telling father. Tell him whatever you like, said Hermione, closing her book carefully. My father will, your father, said Hermione, will be deeply tired, by now, of your father. Draco had turned and gone inside. Harry was still staring at his own hand. He turned it over, and turned it back. He looked at Hermione. Did I? Yes, you did. That's not supposed to happen yet. We're not even 11. No. Aunt Sissy is going to be angry. Oh yes. Mother isn't. Oh, certainly not. They stood on the lawn a moment. The loch behind them was very blue. A kestrel turned on a thermal over the headland. Hermione, carefully, very carefully, said, Harry. What? Can I try? Harry looked at his hand again. I don't know how I did it. Could you try to remember? He tried, very hard, to remember. He thought about the hot lurch behind his breastbone and the thing that had dropped. He thought about the moment Draco had moved towards his wand and the moment Hermione had pretended not to be bothered and the moment something in Harry, without asking him, had decided that Draco was going to be lifted into the air. I was cross, he said eventually. Cross at Draco? Cross for you. Hermione's face did a thing. It was one of those small Hermione things, a little click of the jaw, a blink. It was the face she had made at him, 3 years earlier, on her second day, when he had fallen on the floor of the library on purpose. All right, she said. Be cross for me again. I can't do it to order. Try. I can't, try. He tried. He stared very hard at a small stone by his foot. He thought, I want you to go up. He thought about how Draco had lifted. He held his breath. The stone did nothing. It doesn't, wait, said Hermione. Not like that. Pretend it's hurting me. What? Pretend the stone is about to hurt me. Like it's about to fly and hit my cheek, and you have to stop it by, Harry, without thinking, snapped his hand out. The stone rose, a foot, and hung there, and spun once in the air as if confused, and fell on the grass at Hermione's feet. They stared at the stone. Oh, said Harry. Oh, said Hermione. That's a thing, said Harry. Yes, said Hermione. We shouldn't tell anyone. No, I don't think we should. It will be a secret. A secret, said Hermione, experimentally. She had not, in the 3 years she had lived in the Black House, had anything resembling a secret. Secrets were not encouraged in the Black House. Secrets, Bellatrix had said, were weapons other people stored in you against your will. But this was hers. This was hers and Harry's. It was the first thing in her memory she had owned. A secret, said Hermione again, and this time the word came out warmer. They did tell, eventually. Hermione insisted. It's stupid not to, she said, 3 weeks later, in the tower room that had become their private space. It's magic. We'll get better at it. We can't get better at it in secret because we don't know what we're doing. We need someone who does know. Mother will be insufferable. I know. But Aunt Sissy will be sensible. We tell Aunt Sissy first, and she'll tell Mother in a way that doesn't end with fireworks. Harry had made a face. It was a face, Hermione noted, that Harry made a lot when Hermione was being right at him. All right. Good. You tell her. Fine. Hermione had told Narcissa that evening, while Narcissa was brushing Hermione's hair before bed, a ritual neither of them ever spoke about, but which had, somehow, become a fact of the week. Narcissa had gone very still at the 64th stroke and had said, carefully, show me. They had gone, all 3 of them, into the disused ballroom. Harry had, after some effort, made a teacup rise 6 inches and hover. Hermione had, after considerable effort, made the same teacup slide 3 inches sideways. The teacup had then, to everyone's surprise, turned bright green for no obvious reason. Oh, Merlin, Narcissa had said, which was the closest thing to swearing she permitted herself. Is it bad? Harry had asked anxiously. It is, said Narcissa, extraordinarily early. It is extraordinarily focused. It is, furthermore, extraordinarily strong, because most children of this age who display magic at all do so by accident and cannot reproduce it. We practiced. I know you did. We practiced a lot. I know, Hermione. Are we in trouble? Narcissa had looked at them. At Harry, wiry and dark, eyes enormous behind his grandfather's charmed spectacles which were, at this moment, a touch askew. At Hermione, her hair halfway out of the ribbon Narcissa had put in it, her small chin up. No, my darlings, Narcissa had said, very softly. You are not in trouble. You look worried. I am worried. Why? Because, said Narcissa, you have just told me something I will have to tell your mother, and your mother, when she hears it, will want to put you both on a broom and parade you down Diagon Alley, and I am calculating how many favors I will need to cash in to stop her. Hermione had made a small sound that was almost a laugh. Come, said Narcissa, holding out her hands. Bed. Both of you. We will speak to her tomorrow. Bellatrix, when told, did not try to put them on a broom. She did better than that. She pulled a book off a shelf in her private study, a thin volume bound in dark green leather with no title on the cover, and she laid it on the table, and she said, Sit. They sat. This is an old book, she said. My mother's. Her mother's before her. It is called, well. It is called many things. It is a child's book of wandless practice. In the old days, before wands were standardized, children in the old families were trained to work without them until they were 10. It made them, afterwards, much stronger with a wand than anyone else in the room. Harry had looked at the book. Why isn't everyone taught this? Because, said Bellatrix, it is exhausting. And because it takes years. And because most of the old families have forgotten. And because, quite frankly, darling, it is considered a little old-fashioned. But you know it. Your great-grandmother taught me. I was not a patient student. Did you learn? I learned enough, said Bellatrix, that when my wand was broken at 22, I killed the man who broke it, with my hand, in 6 words. So yes. Hermione had absorbed this information with the steady neutrality of a small person who had decided, at some point, to process all information about Bellatrix the way one processes weather reports, inwardly, without protest, with appropriate coat. We want to learn, Hermione said. Do you? Yes, Auntie Bella. You as well, darling? Bellatrix had asked Harry. Yes, Mother. Know this then, both of you. If we begin this, we finish it. You will not whine. You will not sulk. You will not, in the middle of a drill, tell me that your wrist hurts, because your wrist will hurt, and I do not care. Are we clear? Yes, Mother. Yes, Auntie Bella. Good. She pushed the book across the table. Hermione opened it first. The writing inside was not in any alphabet she recognized. The paper felt warm. It's alive, Hermione said. Said Bellatrix. A little. Harry, looking over Hermione's shoulder, said, It's changing. It is learning your hand, said Bellatrix. Put your palm on the first page. Both of you. Now say your names. Your real names. The ones your Aunt Sissy wrote on your birth certificates. Hadrian Regulus Black. Hermione Andromeda Black. The paper, under their palms, sighed. From that day forward, for 2 years, Harry and Hermione began every morning in the ballroom at 6, in their oldest robes, with Bellatrix in a chair at one end and Narcissa somewhere in the gallery above pretending to read, and they learned, slowly and badly and then suddenly, frighteningly well, to do without wands what most wizards never learned to do with them. The lessons were not all Bellatrix's. Narcissa's were smaller and stranger and, in their own way, more lethal. Narcissa taught manners. Narcissa taught bearing. Narcissa taught how to enter a room and how to leave one. Narcissa taught how to say no in 7 different tones of voice, only 3 of which were the word no. Narcissa taught, above all, the thing she called the black face, which was, in her definition, the expression a black child wore when a black child had just been insulted and was about to destroy someone's entire family but had not, yet, decided how. It is, Narcissa said, demonstrating, the face of a person who has noticed. Noticed what? Asked Harry. Noticed anything. You do not have to specify. The point of the face is to imply that you have noticed something important, which they cannot identify, and which they ought to be worried about. That's mean, said Hermione. Yes, darling. We should still learn it. Yes, darling. She had made Hermione practice in the long mirror in the east corridor for an hour a day. At the end of a week, Hermione could produce a version of the black face that caused the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black to clear his throat nervously and suggest that, actually, on reflection, he had been mistaken about the dates and Hermione's correction had been perfectly valid after all. That's the one, darling, Narcissa had said. That's yours. Harry was not as good at the black face as Hermione. Harry, Narcissa had observed with mild despair, had been born with an expressive mouth, and no amount of drilling was going to teach him to stop smiling with it when he thought something was funny. Harry's face betrayed him. Harry's face was fundamentally, constitutionally incapable of not being interested in the person in front of it. He has James Potter's face, Narcissa said to Bellatrix one evening, in private, meaning the face that wanted to like people. He has Lily Evans's eyes, Bellatrix replied, meaning the eyes that had looked up at her from a crib. Neither of them said the surnames out loud. They almost never did. But they knew. They always knew. Hermione, for her part, took to the Black House with a thoroughness that sometimes, in the small hours, frightened Narcissa. By 8, Hermione had read every book in the west wing of the library that was not either forbidden, or charmed against children, or both. By 9, she had started on the forbidden ones, having worked out, on her own, that the charm protecting them from children could be bypassed by wearing an adult's glove. By 10, she had learned enough from the protected section to know, with a steady cold clarity, that the family she had been put into was not an ordinary family, that the war they talked about in hushed tones had been a very specific war with very specific casualties, and that certain words, like Longbottoms and Godric's Hollow and Potter, were words that caused Aunt Sissy's eyes to move towards the door and Auntie Bella's hand to move towards her teacup a fraction too fast. She did not ask. Hermione had learned, early, that there are questions one asks and questions one files, and the Black House ran on a delicate balance of both. She filed. She did, however, ask Harry. Harry. Do you remember your father? I had a father. They were in the tower room, which they had by then formally claimed. It had a skylight and a fireplace and a deeply suspicious tapestry of a man on a horse who, they had discovered, moved only when he thought nobody was looking. Harry was lying on the rug on his stomach, a book propped on a cushion. Hermione was at the little writing desk, making a chart of something. Of course you had a father. Everyone has a father. Well, I've never met him. But you had one. I suppose. Don't you wonder? Harry had stopped reading. He had rolled onto his back. He had considered the ceiling, which was painted with a very old, very faded constellation chart. Sometimes, he said, eventually. What do you think when you wonder? I think, he paused. He screwed up his face. I think I should probably be sadder than I am. I think I should be sadder than I am that I don't have a father and you don't have a mother, except a sort of aunt-mother, and we don't really have any of the ordinary things, and we live in a big stone house in a Highland nowhere and don't see other children and mother is a bit, you know, mother. I think I should be sadder about all of it. And I'm not. Why not? Because I have you, said Harry, without looking at her, with the offhand completeness of a small fact. And mother loves me. And Aunt Sissy loves both of us, in her way. And I don't actually know what I'm missing. So how can I miss it? Hermione had not answered at once. Hermione? Are you crying? No, said Hermione, crying. You are. It's a dust. A dust. Yes. What a stupid word. It's a Muggle word. Harry had sat up, suddenly. Both children went extremely still. Hermione had said it without thinking. She had not even known she knew it. It had come out of her mouth the way a stone comes out of your shoe, from a depth you hadn't measured. A Muggle word, Harry repeated slowly. Yes. It must have been, one of the books. The books. The forbidden ones. Right. Forget I said it. All right. They looked at each other a moment longer. Hermione. Yes. Where did I come from? She did not answer, because she did not know, because nobody in the Black House had ever answered that question, because at 9 years old one is old enough to notice the shape of silence but not yet old enough to fill it. I mean, Harry said, before this. Before the Highland house. I don't remember anywhere else. Was there anywhere else? Harry, because you came from somewhere else. She stared at him. Sometimes, Harry said, you say words in a voice you don't normally use. Like you just did. Dust. You say it like somebody else. Like there's a smaller you, and she comes to the surface, sometimes, and I can see her. Harry, I'm not," he stopped. "I'm not accusing you, Hermione. I don't mean it like that. I only mean, if there was a smaller me. If I came from somewhere else. Wouldn't I want to know?" Hermione put down her pen. She walked over to the rug. She sat down beside Harry. She did not look at him. She looked at the old constellation chart on the ceiling. "I think," she said, carefully, "if there is a smaller me, she is, I am fairly sure, gone. And I think a smaller you, if there was one, might not be gone. I think he might be somewhere else. Hidden. Hidden by whom? I don't know, Harry. I don't know." He was silent for a long time. Hermione. "Yes. If we find out. Yes. If one day we find out that, someone did something. That someone changed us. That we were different people. Yes. We'd still be us, wouldn't we? Yes. We'd still be, this. You and me. In the tower room. Wouldn't we? Yes, Harry. Promise. I promise." She took his hand. They looked at the ceiling. The faded stars above them had been painted, 160 years ago, by a black child who had not been allowed out of the tower for 3 years and had made, of a ceiling, a sky. Harry squeezed Hermione's hand, once, and she squeezed back. Lucius came up for tea a week later. Lucius came up for tea every 3 months, in the official version. In the private version kept in Narcissa's head, Lucius came up for tea in order to reassure himself that the Hermione project was progressing on his schedule, and to reassure himself that his wife was still his wife, and to leave. He arrived with Draco. The boys, Harry and Draco, had reached an uneasy equilibrium over the last year. They were cordial, in the way that 2 armed nations sharing a small border are cordial. Draco had not forgotten the lily pond. Harry had not forgotten the word mudblood. Neither had referred to the levitation incident, and by mutual agreement it was as if it had never happened. Hermione, Lucius observed with silky approval, had grown into something remarkable. "She has presence," he said to Narcissa, over the rim of his teacup, in a voice low enough not to carry. They were alone in the drawing room. Bellatrix was, allegedly, supervising the children on the terrace. In reality, Bellatrix was in the gallery above them, listening. She has focus. She has, what is that thing she does with her eyebrow? The black face. She has the black face at 9. I have seen dowager witches of 70 who haven't mastered it. She is gifted. She is perfection. Lucius set down his cup. "Chissa. We should begin discussing the bond." Narcissa poured herself another cup of tea. She did not look at him. "She is 9, Lucius. I am aware. A formal bond is traditionally discussed at 15. The formal bond. I propose we begin with the preliminary. According Tether. Entirely innocuous. It merely signifies intention. It does not, she is 9, Lucius. According Tether at 9 is not unheard of. Pansy Parkinson has been, according Tether, Narcissa said, turning now to look at him, and her face was so composed that Bellatrix, in the gallery above, took one hand off her wand, is not going to be placed on our Hermione at 9. Or at 10. Or at 11. Or, Lucius, I suspect, at all. You will allow the girl to enter Hogwarts unencumbered. You will allow her to form her own attachments. You will allow, Chissa, you will allow, Lucius, because if you do not allow, I will make your life extremely tedious, in ways you will not anticipate, for an extremely long time. He looked at her for a moment. You have become, he said, fond of the child. I have become, said Narcissa, aware that the child has a will of her own, and that anything pressed upon her will snap back into our faces harder than we pressed. I would have thought a Malfoy, of all people, would understand pressure. Lucius had conceded the point with a dry little inclination of his head. Very well. For now. Thank you, my dear. But Draco, said Narcissa, will propose, if he wishes to propose, on his own 2 feet, to a girl who is free, in her own time. Not before. You are, said Lucius, gathering up his gloves, a romantic, Chisel. I had not realized. I am a strategist, Lucius. So are you. Let us not pretend otherwise. He smiled. He left. Bellatrix came down from the gallery 40 seconds later, and she said, without preamble, if he lays a finger on that child. I know. I mean it, Sissy. I know, Bella. I have been practicing, Bellatrix said, dreamily, a new thing. A new curse. It is not in the books yet. I have been working on it for months. I had not been sure who for. Now I know who for. Bella, darling. Yes. Please do not tell me the name. Oh, all right, Sissy. The children, in the month after Lucius's visit, noticed something had shifted in the adults. They did not know what. But the adults walked, now, a fraction closer to each other. And when Bellatrix drilled them in the ballroom, her voice had gone steadier, and her eyes had gone sharper, and one afternoon, in the middle of the standard wandless summoning exercise, she had stopped them and said, without preamble, today we are going to try something new. Something new. Hermione had said. Hermione loved something new. A shield. A shield charm. No. Not a charm. An intention. Bring up the image in your head of something you would not, under any circumstances, let anybody hurt. Harry and Hermione had looked at each other. Go on then, said Bellatrix, watching. Close your eyes. Picture it. Hermione closed her eyes. Harry closed his. Bellatrix, very softly, said, stupefy. The spell did not hit either of them. The spell hit, apparently, the air about 2 feet in front of them, and rebounded sideways into a large brass urn, which clanged. Bellatrix stared at the urn. Then at the children. Then at the urn again. Oh, she said. And then, again, more softly, oh. Did we do it? Harry said, opening his eyes. You did something. Was that a shield? It was a shield. Together. Together. Bellatrix's voice had gone a little odd. I have never, in my life, seen 2 witches of your age produce a conjoined intention shield against a stupefy. This is not a thing 9-year-olds do, my darlings. This is not a thing they do together or separately. Are we in trouble, said Hermione. Will you stop asking if you are in trouble? Sorry, Auntie Bella. I need to sit down. She sat down on the edge of the little dueling dais in the ballroom. She stared at the 2 children. Harry and Hermione, hand in hand, stared back. In that moment, for the first time, she saw them not as her project, not as the 2 small things she had stolen and assembled, but as what they were about to be, a pair. A doubled thing. A hinge. A piece of magic that the world, when the world eventually found out, was going to pay enormous and unexpected attention to. Oh, Sissy, Bellatrix said, under her breath, though Sissy was nowhere in earshot. Oh, Sissy. What have we made? Upstairs, in the gallery, Narcissa, who had not been able to keep away after all, lowered her brow against the cool edge of the stone balustrade and smiled, entirely against her will, an expression she had not worn in 20 years. That winter, they were given Creature. Officially, Creature had been a loan, arranged by an ancient family solicitor who wished to express his condolences on some recent death or other and also, it transpired, to rid himself of a situation. Creature had outlived Walburga Black. Creature had outlived Regulus Black. Creature had outlived, against all probability, even the worst of his own resentments. He arrived at the Highland house one morning in a torrential December rain, soaked and furious, clutching a locket on a chain and muttering, beneath his breath, what sounded like a complete inventory of the Black family's moral failings since 1683. "This," said Narcissa, carefully, as Creature dripped on her parquet, "is our great-aunt's elf." "Hello, Creature," said Hermione. She had read about house elves. She had read, specifically, a pre-war pamphlet that had suggested certain elf treatment reforms, and she had filed the pamphlet under interesting for later. Creature looked at Hermione with the flat, wet hostility of an ancient creature who had been asked to care about precisely too many children. Then his small, bloodshot eyes moved, very slowly, to Harry. And Creature, incredibly, bowed. "Master Regulus," he whispered. Harry blinked. "Master Regulus, he has come back." Creature knew. Creature always knew. "Creature," Narcissa said, gently. "This is Hadrian. My nephew. He is named for Regulus. He is not Regulus." Creature did not appear to hear. Creature was on his knees on the wet parquet, weeping without sound, patting the toe of Harry's boot with a single knobbly finger. Harry, who had never seen an elf cry, crouched down. "Hello, Creature," he said, in what Narcissa distantly recognized as a bedside voice. "I'm Harry. Hadrian. I'm sorry about Regulus. I never knew him. But I've got his locket on my dresser. The one from the library. I thought it was very handsome. Is that yours?" Creature looked at the boy for a long time. Water ran out of Creature's enormous ears. "Creature," said Creature, "will serve the young master." "That's kind. The young master will not be cruel to Creature." "No, Creature. And the young miss?" Creature, to Hermione, a small, reluctant inclination of the head. "Creature will serve." "Thank you, Creature." "Creature will serve," said Creature, "and Creature will watch, and Creature will remember." Creature remembers everything. It sounded, in the moment, as much threat as promise. In retrospect, after a great deal else had happened, Narcissa would come to think it had been neither, and both, and also a prophecy of sorts, issued in a dripping hallway by a household elf who had already, in his lifetime, seen too many endings to trust any beginning. Harry, of course, did not notice any of this. Harry only noticed that Creature was shivering, and asked him if he would like some soup. Creature accepted soup. Creature, over the next year, came to love Harry in the complete, obsessive, unhinged way that only a house elf who had outlived the family he was bound to can love a new small master. Hermione, Creature tolerated. Hermione was not black enough, in Creature's long view. Hermione had come into the house sideways and the house had not yet, in Creature's opinion, finished deciding about her. But he would not hurt her. Harry had said not to. And Harry had said it in the voice Creature had decided, in his battered old head, was the voice of Master Regulus returning. It was Creature, in the spring of Harry's 10th year, who gave them the first crumb of the puzzle. It happened like this. Harry had been sent to the attic to find a particular box of astronomy charts Narcissa wanted for a lesson. Hermione had, naturally, gone with him. They had, in the course of the search, come across a shelf of crates they had never noticed, which was odd, because Hermione was fairly sure she had catalogued this attic. "These are new," said Hermione. "They can't be new. They weren't here last month. I did the inventory." "You did the inventory of the attic." "Of course I did the inventory of the attic, Harry." "Of course you did." The topmost crate had a string tag on it, and the string tag said, in a neat old-fashioned hand P. House. Assorted. Salvage. P. House, said Hermione. "Is it a spell?" "No. It looks like a household label." "What's P. House?" "I don't know." They opened it. The crate was not full. At the bottom, under a layer of packing paper, there were three things. A small wooden rattle, cracked down one side. A baby blanket, once white, now yellowed, embroidered in one corner with a single letter, H, and a photograph, in a dusty frame, of a man and a woman, laughing, holding a baby. The man was tall and wore glasses. The woman had red hair and green eyes. Harry picked up the photograph. Harry did not breathe. Hermione, who had picked up the rattle, looked up and saw Harry's face, and immediately, with the fast instinct of a 9-year-old who has learned young how to manage an older brother's distress, said, "It's fine. Put it down. That's Harry." Hermione, Harry. That's me. I know. You know. I don't know, Harry, look at the eyes. They're your eyes. They are my eyes. Yes. Her eyes. They're her eyes. Yes, Harry. He put the photograph down very carefully. He sat down on the attic floor, which was dusty, which was not something Narcissa would have approved of. Hermione sat down beside him. I know her, Harry said, to the floor, not to Hermione. Yes. I don't know how I know her. You were very small. I was very small. You remember, though. He stopped. I remember green. I remember a voice. I remember, a song. Sometimes, at night. I thought it was nothing. It was her voice. Yes. It must have been. It must have been. Neither of them mentioned the letter H on the blanket. Neither of them needed to. Hermione. Yes. Who did I belong to? Hermione thought, for one bright terrible second, of telling him every single thing she had worked out in 5 years of careful reading in the Forbidden Library section. Thought of telling him about the war, about Godric's Hollow, about the night it had ended, about the words boy who lived, about the scar he had spent his life being told was a birthmark. About the fact that her own parents, whose faces she could not quite remember, were probably, this very minute, brushing some other child's teeth in a house called 14 Hayford Parva, not knowing they had lost a daughter. She did not tell him. Not yet. Not today. Not in the attic with a rattle in his hands. You belonged, she said, very slowly, picking each word, to people who loved you very much. And you belong now to us. And we belong to each other. The rest, Harry, we will find out, when we are older, and better, and able to do something about it. But not today. All right? Not today. Not today, Harry whispered. You were loved, Harry. That photograph is a photograph of people who loved you. I know. And so are we. I know. She took his hand. They sat in the dusty attic for a long time, with the photograph face down on the floor between them, and the rattle in Harry's lap, and the blanket folded in a small neat square, and they did not say anything, but neither of them let go. They put everything back. They put the crate back on the shelf. They put the shelf back behind the other shelves. They went downstairs with the astronomy charts. They behaved, at supper, as if nothing had happened. Narcissa, whose radar for these things was uncannily fine-tuned, asked if they were feeling quite well. A touch of dust, Hermione said, without missing a beat. Narcissa narrowed her eyes, but let it go. They went to bed. They lay in the dark, one at each end of the corridor, in their separate rooms, and neither of them slept for a long time. In the small hours, Harry got up. He padded barefoot down the corridor. He did not go to Hermione's room. He went past it, and past the gallery, and down the staircase, and into the drawing room where a single lamp was still burning, because it always was, because Bellatrix had not learned, since Azkaban nearly took her, to go into a dark room first. Bellatrix was on the settle by the fire, in her old green dressing gown, reading. She looked up. Her eyes in the firelight were very dark. Darling. Mother. What are you doing up? Harry, who had come downstairs without a plan, who had come because he had needed to see her, who could not have articulated any of this to himself, opened his mouth and said, without his own permission, "Mother. Am I safe?" Bellatrix put down her book. She looked at him for a very long moment. And then she held out her arms, and Harry, who at 10 was getting a little old to be held, went anyway, and Bellatrix held him on the settle by the fire and said, into his hair, quietly, "You are safe, my darling. You are absolutely safe. As long as I am breathing, as long as your Aunt Sissy is breathing, as long as this stupid old house is standing, you are safe. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Mother." "Did someone say something?" "No, Mother." "Are you sure?" "Yes, Mother. I just wanted to know." "Always ask," said Bellatrix, more softly than Harry had ever heard her say anything. "Always ask me this, darling. Anything. Anytime. You come down here and you ask." "Yes, Mother." "Now sleep." He fell asleep against her shoulder. She read, with her free hand, for another hour. And she did not, that night, think about the Dark Lord, or about Lucius Malfoy, or about the ancient magic that had kept her awake since Azkaban. She thought only, in her narrow restored way, about this boy, this small boy, who had asked her a question she had not known, until tonight, she had been keeping in herself to answer. She did not know he had found the crate. She would not know for another 3 years. It did not matter. The answer was the same either way. The last thing that happened in those years, the thing that would matter, was that in the autumn of Harry's 10th year, Bellatrix declared a holiday, and they went, all 4 of them, to France. Narcissa had organized it. Narcissa had, over years, built a small, private, impeccable set of contacts in the south of France, and she had, with her usual tact, arranged a villa that was absolutely not owned by any of her more notorious associates. The children, who had never been out of Britain in their conscious memory, had been wild with anticipation for weeks. "The sea, Hermione," Harry had said, with 15 kinds of wonder. "I've seen the sea." "When?" She had paused. She had gone still. "I don't know," she had said eventually. "I must have. I remember it." "A smaller you remembers it." "Yes," said Hermione, carefully. "A smaller me." The villa was yellow stone, and had lavender in pots, and looked over a cove. For 2 weeks there were no lessons. Bellatrix wore a sun hat, a genuine, wide-brimmed, ludicrous sun hat that Narcissa had insisted upon, and Bellatrix, in a sun hat, walking on a beach at sunset with a daughter not her own running ahead collecting shells, was a phenomenon that Narcissa quietly decided she was going to take to her grave. On the last night, they lit a fire on the terrace. The children, who had worn themselves out swimming, were asleep on the wicker couch under a shared blanket, Hermione curled into Harry's side, Harry's arm flung protectively across her even in sleep. Narcissa looked at them. "Bella," she said. We have done something." "I know we have. I don't mean in the stealing of them." "I know what you mean." They were silent a while. The sea pulled at the rocks below the terrace. "If the Dark Lord returns," Narcissa said, finally. "When?" "When?" "Yes. He is going to see them and he is going to want them both. Him for the scar. Her for the mind. Yes. And if he cannot have them he will try to break them. Yes. And if he cannot break them he will try to turn them against each other. Yes. He will fail." "Yes," said Bellatrix. "He will fail. Because we have, Sissy, given them something he does not understand." "What is that, Bella?" Bellatrix looked at the 2 small figures on the wicker couch. She took a sip of her wine. "A person," she said, "to defend. For each of them. A person who is not themselves. A person who is the other one. He has never understood that. He has never had one. And we have given them two each, them, and us. And he will come at them with curses, sissy, and he will come at them with armies, and he will come at them with clever words, and every time he comes he will find two children who have been taught, since they were very small, to stand back to back, and who will simply, I think, not permit him. Narcissa did not answer. She reached out, across the wrought iron table, and she took her sister's hand, and she did not let go for a long time. Down on the beach, very faintly, the sea did what the sea does. The villa above them was a yellow square of warm windows in the dark. Harry muttered something in his sleep. Hermione, without waking, patted his arm with the flat of her small hand, and turned her face into his shoulder, and slept on. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Green and Silver. The Hogwarts letters arrived on a Tuesday in July, and Creature, who disliked owls on principle, hissed at them both. Harry was in the stable yard, for no better reason than that the stable yard was warm at 11 in the morning, and had a particular flagstone that reflected sunlight into a pocket of air where you could pretend, for a few minutes at a time, that you were in a country with a climate. He was lying on that flagstone, flat on his back, with a training dummy he had half transfigured into a frog on his chest, and he was reading, upside down, a battered copy of Most Patendi Potions that Hermione had told him, sternly, he was not allowed to have. The owls came in pair. Of course they did. An owl each. Hermione's was a trim tawny with a little tuft over each eye. Harry's was an enormous grey-white thing that landed on Harry's chest without ceremony, folded its wings with the air of an offended civil servant, and dropped two stiff letters onto Most Patendi Potions. Harry did not sit up. Harry, who had been expecting this for weeks, did not sit up, because Harry had decided that when it came, he would be insouciant about it. "Mother," he bellowed at the house. "Aunt Sissy. Hermione. They're here." Hermione's head appeared in an upstairs window with alarming speed. "Are they really?" "Yes. Don't open them without me." "I wouldn't dream of it." She disappeared. 20 seconds later she was in the stable yard. She had been, by the evidence, midway through braiding her own hair. Half of it was up, half of it was down, and she did not care. "Give." Harry held one letter out and kept the other. She seized hers. "Yours first," Harry said. "Together." "All right, together." They broke the seals. Two yellowing sheets, two familiar inky lists, two signatures at the bottom that they had, both of them, stared at in history books for years. McGonagall. Dumbledore. Hermione read hers, twice, very fast. Then she looked at the second sheet, the book list. "Harry. Look at the book list." He looked. "Harry, there's something wrong with our book list." "What?" "Yours has an extra item." "Read yours." Harry read his. Then Hermione's. Then his again. At the bottom of his book list, there was one additional line, written not in the general printed font of the rest, but in spidery, individual copperplate, Mr. H.R. Black is requested to attend, upon arrival at Hogwarts, a brief private interview in the headmaster's office. "Ha," said Harry. "Yes, ha," said Hermione. They looked at each other. "Don't tell Mother," Hermione said immediately. "No. No." "Why not?" "Because Mother will set the school on fire." "Oh. Right. Tell Aunt Sissy." "Yes." They folded the lists, one each. The grey owl, having delivered, departed with the weary grandeur of a large cat. The tawny one stayed a moment, as if expecting applause, then made do with a scrap of bacon Hermione had in her pocket and flew off in the direction of the lock. They found Narcissa in the morning room. Narcissa, who had been expecting these letters for weeks as well and was, against all her training, a fraction ahead of them in a kind of slow, nervy alertness, had already been fingering, without reading, a letter of her own from her son's tutor. She set that one down. "Show me," she said. Hermione, not Harry, handed over Harry's. Narcissa read the line at the bottom of the book list. Her face did nothing. Narcissa's face, in any moment of genuine crisis, reliably did nothing. It had been trained since girlhood to do exactly nothing, and it obeyed. "I see," she said. "Aunt Sissy," Hermione said. "Should we be worried?" "No, darling." "Should we?" "No, darling. But we are going to be very careful. And we are going to buy your school things the day after tomorrow, and we are going to buy Harry's wand on a Thursday, when the alley is quiet, and I will explain to your mother, in my own time, about the interview." "Aunt Sissy," I said, "I will explain. Do not, either of you, mention it." "Yes, Aunt Sissy." Hermione did not mention it. Harry did not mention it. At supper, over tureens of soup, Bellatrix asked twice, casually, whether they had heard anything from Hogwarts yet, and Narcissa, with her most level voice, said not yet, they had not, the owls must be delayed, and Hermione and Harry, who had been rehearsed on the way down the stairs, did not twitch. Hermione would remember, much later, that this was the first time in her life she had ever consciously lied to Bellatrix, and that she had felt, doing it, not guilt, but the small clean thrill of a child who has successfully told a lie for a good reason. It was the first gift of adolescence, and it had come to her at 11, hand in hand with the other one, which was the sudden awareness that her family was not unambiguously on her side about everything, and that this was, weirdly, fine. Diagon Alley, on a wet Thursday in August, smelled of tar and of old books and of frying sausages from a wizarding food cart that Narcissa had steered them clear of on principle. Hermione was enchanted. Hermione, who had read about Diagon Alley for 6 years, was doing her best, for Narcissa's sake, not to point at things, and was not entirely succeeding. "That's the apothecary." "Yes, dear." "That's Ollivander's." "Yes." "That's Flourish and Blots." "Yes." "Can we go in, last, darling?" "Yes, Aunt Sissy." At Ollivander's, the door jangled. Mr. Ollivander was exactly as Hermione had, from a print in an old witch weekly, imagined him. Narcissa he greeted with a slight, almost imperceptible cooling of the air. Harry he greeted with a look of such sudden, tight focus that Narcissa's hand, Hermione noted, went, by old habit, a fraction towards the inside of her sleeve. "Young Master Black," said Ollivander, softly. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander." "Hadrian Regulus Black." "Yes, sir." "I do not believe," said Ollivander, "I have sold a wand to this branch of the Black family before. Or, indeed, been asked to." "No, sir. Bellatrix came to me in 1964. She was an interesting fitting. Her sister Andromeda the year before, more interesting still. Narcissa, in 1966, rather restful by comparison. And now you." He came around the counter. He stood very close to Harry. He looked, for a long second, at Harry's forehead, where the unruly fringe fell over the small pale line of a scar Bellatrix had, since Harry was 3, insisted was a birthmark. "Fringe," said Ollivander mildly, "is a fashion that comes and goes, is it not, young man?" "Yes, sir." "A fashion, in your case, encouraged by your family?" "I suppose, sir." "Indeed." "Mr. Ollivander," said Narcissa, with precision, "we are here to buy a wand." "Of course, madam." "Of course." He snapped his tape measure at Harry. He measured ear to shoulder, wrist to elbow, knee to floor. He measured the width of Harry's nostrils, which Harry bore with the solemn patience of a child who had been raised by Bellatrix. He produced boxes from his walls. He had Harry try wands. Cedar and phoenix feather, nothing. Rosewood and dragon heartstring, a brief, reluctant spark. Hawthorn and unicorn hair, an interested flicker, but Ollivander, watching it, pulled the wand away almost at once with a small frown. "Not that one," he murmured. "No. That is a wand that would have, been rather a poor fit, I fancy, for this young man's path." He went to a shelf at the back. He returned with a long, slender box. "Holly," he said. "Phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Holly, sir. Holly." Ollivander's eyes flicked, once, to Narcissa. Narcissa's expression did not change. "Holly is not a traditional black wood. Your family tends to walnut. To blackthorn. To you, in your Aunt Bellatrix's case. I am curious to see." Harry took the wand. There was a sound, though neither Harry nor Hermione could later agree on what sort. Hermione, who was wearing a very old protective bracelet Narcissa had given her that morning, saw the air around Harry ripple. Narcissa, who was wearing no such thing, saw sparks. Ollivander, who had been in the business for a century and was not easily startled, was, briefly, entirely delighted. "Oh," he said. "Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear." "What?" said Narcissa sharply. "Madam Black, this wand has let me think how to put it, a sibling." "A sibling?" "There is one other wand in existence that shares a core with this one. One other feather, from the same phoenix. The twin wand. I have remembered, in the past 10 years, with some regret, where that wand went, and to whom, and with what consequences. It appears this young man has chosen its brother." Narcissa's face was doing, still, absolutely nothing. "Mr. Ollivander," she said, "is that wand appropriate for a child?" "All wands are appropriate for all children if the wand has chosen them, madam. Appropriateness is not in the wand. It is in the choice. A philosophical position," said Narcissa, "which this family is prepared, today, to overlook." She paid. Ollivander bowed them out. Harry, holding the wand box, did not look at Narcissa. Narcissa, holding the receipt, did not look at Harry. Hermione, walking between them, had already worked out, in the space of 100 yards of cobblestones, that something important had just happened, and had filed it, for later. Hermione's own wand, vine wood, dragon heartstring, 10 3/4 inches, was bought at 4:43 in the afternoon, and was, according to Ollivander, a perfect match, and she held it for the first time and felt, for a small, unreasonable second, like she might cry. They went to Flourish and Blots last, as promised. Hermione bought 3 extra books on sheer principle. Narcissa, who had, at 11, done exactly the same thing, did not comment. On the 1st of September, Bellatrix cried. She did it, of course, in private. She did it in the little boudoir off her bedroom, behind a closed door, at 5 in the morning, with her face pressed into a cushion. Narcissa, coming down the corridor with hot chocolate for both of them, paused outside the door, listened a moment, did not go in, and went quietly back to her own rooms to dress. At breakfast, Bellatrix was impeccable. Bellatrix wore her best traveling robes. Bellatrix had drawn her hair back into a smooth coil at the nape of her neck, which she never did, which was as much a signal as a raised flag, that she was taking the day formally. "Trunks in the hall," she barked. "Creature, the owls, both of them, in the cage. Harry, your scarf. Hermione, are you wearing gloves? It's September, Auntie Bella. It is September in Scotland. It is October in England. It is December on the Hogwarts Express. Gloves. Yes, Auntie Bella. Good." They fled to a small station in Edinburgh and took a portkey from there to an alley behind King's Cross, Narcissa, having calculated long ago that Bellatrix's face was not, at present, a face best walked through London with. The alley smelled of rain and pigeons. Bellatrix, who had not been in Muggle London in 12 years, looked at the bricks with the faint distaste of a woman revisiting a bad piece of art. "Come," said Narcissa briskly. "Platform." The barrier between platforms 9 and 10. The hiss of the Hogwarts Express in its red, steam-wreathed glory. Children running. Parents weeping, in the mild approved way parents wept. Lucius and Draco were already there, under the clock. Lucius raised a gloved hand. Draco, who was wearing a cloak with a silver clasp that would have embarrassed an emperor, nodded at Harry and bowed at Hermione, which was new. Harry. Hermione. Draco said. Finally. Draco, said Hermione, with a composure that, Narcissa noted, had grown polished since last month. We are in the second carriage from the back, Draco informed them. I have saved a compartment. Pansy and Blaze are there, and Theo Knot, and Crabbe and Goyle. Charming, said Hermione. I said charming, Draco. Draco blinked at her. Yes. Well. Quickly now, do hurry up. Father says there is going to be a boy on this train. A boy, said Harry. Well, a particular boy. Draco, there are approximately 300 boys on this train. Yes, but, there is a new one. A Weasley. A what? A Weasley. The little one. The youngest brother. The latest in a long series. Draco, said Narcissa, very patiently, the Weasley boys are classmates of yours, not quarry. I am only passing along information. You are passing along prejudice. Father says, I will speak to your father, Draco. Off with you all. Bellatrix, Harry noted with private amusement, had said nothing throughout this entire exchange. Bellatrix was staring at Harry. Bellatrix was staring at Harry as if she stared hard enough she could make this moment not happen, could keep the boy off the train, could keep the train in the station, could keep the day in the 23rd hour of the 31st of August. Harry, seeing this, quietly stepped out of the small group and came and stood in front of her. Mother. Darling. I'll write. Yes. Every Sunday. You had better. Mother. Yes. I'll come back. Yes, you will. She dropped suddenly, with an efficient little motion, onto one knee on the platform, her best traveling robes in the soot, and she didn't care, and she hugged him, hard, for exactly 4 seconds, and then she stood up and adjusted his scarf as if nothing had happened. Try not to kill anyone in the first term, darling. Mother. I know. But try. Yes, Mother. I love you. I love you, Mother. She did the same with Hermione. With Hermione, because Bellatrix still did not entirely know what to do with Hermione in public, she cupped Hermione's cheek for 1 second and said, simply, you look after him, darling. Always, Auntie Bella. Good girl. Narcissa, for her part, embraced them both in the order she always did, Hermione first, Harry second, with an extra squeeze on the shoulder for Harry that Hermione pretended, with tact learned from Narcissa herself, not to notice. Draco, Narcissa said sharply, over their heads. You will look after both your cousins. Yes, Mother. Both, Draco. Yes, Mother. Go. They went. As the train pulled away, Harry leaned out of the window. Hermione leaned out beside him. Bellatrix and Narcissa stood close together on the platform, 2 women in dark green and pale grey, the one not quite waving, the other waving with her whole gloved hand, and as the train curved out of the platform Harry saw Bellatrix step, very quickly, into the shelter of Narcissa's shoulder, and Narcissa put an arm around her sister, and he did not see more, because the angle was gone. Hermione squeezed his hand. We'll be all right, Harry. I know. They'll be all right. I know, Hermione. Good. They went to find Draco's compartment, because Draco had, against all odds, saved them one. They had not gone 3 carriages before Harry, who was in front, stopped dead. There was a boy in the corridor. A tall boy, taller than Harry by at least 3 inches, with a nose somewhat too large for his face and a great deal of red hair and a jumper that was, by the evidence, one of his brothers. He had been trying to coax a toad out of a radiator crevice. He looked up at the sound of Harry's footsteps, saw the boy in front of him, did an immediate automatic assessment, the robes, the cloak, the lacquer of the trunk behind, the obvious pure-blood groom, and said, flatly, oh. A Slytherin. I'm not sorted yet. You will be. Probably. My name's Weasley. Ron Weasley. Harry, Black. Black, repeated the boy, and his face did the thing that Narcissa had been training Harry to look out for at Muggle post offices. It went a shade colder around the eyes. Any relation to Sirius Black? Yes. Distantly. Any relation to Bellatrix Lestrange? Harry's hand, under his cloak, touched his wand for the first time in public, and he had not been conscious of moving his hand. Yes, he said, evenly. She's my mother. The Weasley boy looked at him. You don't mean that. I do. You actually, her son. Her son. Yes. The Weasley boy was, visibly, trying to reconcile this with something he had been told at home. Harry watched him do it. Harry, who had been told by Narcissa that a first impression, in a world as small as Wizarding Britain, would walk down every corridor of a person's life, let him finish reconciling. My dad, said Ron eventually, was an Auror. In the First War. Oh. He fought your mother. Did he, said Harry, carefully. He came home with 3 fingers less than he went out with. I'm sorry. Don't be. He says the worst of them was her. He says she was worse than you know who. Harry did not answer at once. Hermione, from behind his shoulder, stepped forward. Hermione was taller, at 11, than most Hermiones in most versions of this scene would ever be, because Narcissa had been feeding her very well for 6 years and because she had been taught to stand, for formal purposes, slightly ahead of her feet. My name, said Hermione, crisply, is Hermione Black. I am Harry's sister. My aunt is Narcissa Malfoy. My other aunt is Bellatrix Lestrange. Everything that boy has said about his mother, he has said under his own name. I suggest you address the woman herself, when you are grown, about her behavior in wars to which none of us were born. In the meantime, you might wish to consider whether confronting an 11-year-old on his first train journey about sins allegedly committed by his mother is the action of a person whose own family has raised him particularly well. Ron Weasley stared at her. He said. You. I didn't, no, said Hermione, you didn't. He looked, to her astonishment, both very young and very embarrassed. He opened his mouth. He closed it. He glanced at Harry. Harry, who had, with great effort, managed not to draw his wand and not to laugh, spoke for the first time. What's your toad called? What? The toad. The one in the radiator. What's it called? It's Trevor's. It's not mine. I was helping. A boy called Neville, here, said Hermione, and she knelt, and she pointed her brand new wand at the radiator, and she said a charm none of them should have known yet. It was a finding charm, adapted for small animals, from a book Narcissa had not meant her to borrow, and the toad popped, indignant, out of the crevice into her palm. Ron stared at her. Thanks, he said, after a moment. You are welcome. What did you say your name was? Hermione. Hermione Black. Hermione Black. Yes. I'm sorry. About what I said. About Mrs. Lestrange. To Harry. I'm sorry. Harry, watching his sister handle this red-headed boy with the competence of a duchess handling a diplomatic incident, felt something settle in his stomach. It was a small, warm settlement. It was the settlement of knowing that wherever they were going, at 11, in a school with ghosts and staircases and an interview in a headmaster's office, Hermione was, for all his flaws and all her flaws and all their strange wild upbringing, absolutely and entirely reliably beside him. Apology accepted, Harry said. They passed on down the corridor. Ron Weasley stared after them with the toad in his hand. 2 carriages later, Hermione turned to Harry and said, without looking at him, I like him. Do you? A little. Oh dear. Don't oh dear me. He'll come around. Hermione. Yes. He'll come around to what? Hermione thought about it. To us, she said. The sorting, later that night, was, in a way, more dramatic than it needed to be, because the hat took a long time with both of them. With Harry it took almost 3 minutes. The hall got restive. Bellatrix, in Harry's head, because Harry had been, for 6 years, trained to keep Bellatrix present in his head whenever he was in any sort of difficulty, murmured, "Hold your ground, darling, hold your ground." The hat, which had heard many things in its existence, said, in Harry's ear, with what sounded like genuine puzzlement, "You are a puzzle, young man. You are a very large puzzle. There are 2 possibilities here, one of which cannot happen." Which? Ah. Slytherin, then. Yes. Slytherin. But you will, I think, do a Slytherin thing nobody in green has done for a long time. Slytherin. The table on the left erupted. Draco, from the middle of it, made a space. With Hermione, the hat took 4 full minutes. Hermione sat on the stool very straight, very composed, hands in her lap, as Narcissa had drilled her, and the hat, inside her head, thought aloud, quite clearly. Oh. Oh. Oh dear. Oh, my dear girl. You were not supposed to be here. You were supposed to be, oh, never mind, never mind. You are here. You are very here. You have a great deal in that head of yours, you do, my word. Where? Not Hufflepuff. Goodness, not Hufflepuff, you would eat them. Ravenclaw. Oh, you would shine in Ravenclaw. You would. You would be happy in Ravenclaw. You know you would be. I can't go to Ravenclaw, Hermione thought, quite clearly back. Ah. Why not, my dear? Because of Harry. I thought you might say that. He won't be safe, without me. He won't be right. And I can protect him, in Slytherin, in ways I can't from a different tower. You have considered this. Yes. Hermione Black, the hat said, and there was something almost affectionate in its voice. You are, my dear, a remarkable young witch, and you have been put in a complicated place by complicated people, and you have decided, at 11, that you will stay in that place because the boy inside it needs you to. Very well. Very well. Slytherin. The roar from the green table was, Draco would say later, louder than for any first year he remembered. Harry was on his feet. Harry had, without meaning to, raised one hand in a silent, fist-tight salute that would, in a different political climate, have had the teachers on the platform looking at each other with concern. Hermione, walking to the Slytherin table with the hat sliding off her head, caught his eye. She rolled her eyes at him. She sat down next to him, across from Draco. And Harry, who had spent most of his life in rooms containing only people he had known since he was 3, looked around the great hall at 1,000 faces he had never seen before, and he could not quite explain it, and it was all Hermione's fault, entirely unafraid. Dumbledore sent for Harry on the second day. The message came during breakfast, carried by a small, absurdly polite third-year named Roger whose face was the color of someone delivering a summons for a spanking. Harry read the note. Hermione read it over his shoulder. After Transfiguration, said Hermione. Yes. I'll wait for you outside. Hermione. I'll wait. You will not go in. I will wait outside. He squeezed her hand under the table. They went to Transfiguration. They went to Charms. And at 4 in the afternoon, as promised, Hermione walked Harry up to the stone gargoyle outside the headmaster's office, and Harry climbed the moving staircase alone, and Hermione, at the bottom, composed herself into the black face Narcissa had trained her in, and settled in to wait for an hour if she had to. Dumbledore was behind his desk. Dumbledore was exactly the man Narcissa had shown Harry sketches of, silver beard, half-moon glasses, a robe the color of a very good plum, and a gaze, behind the half-moons, that felt, when it landed on Harry, like being looked at by somebody who had read your diary on Tuesday. "Mr. Black," said Dumbledore, very gently. "Sit, please." "Thank you, sir. I have asked you here because I was not sure, from your letter, whether to write to you directly about a certain matter, or to speak to you in person. I have chosen in person. I hope you will forgive me if this is a little unsettling. I am difficult to unsettle, sir. I was brought up by my mother." Dumbledore's eyes, behind the glasses, crinkled. Harry could not tell whether the crinkle was amusement, or sorrow, or both. "So I have been told, Mr. Black. So I have been told." He did not ask the question Harry had half feared he would. He did not ask about the scar, which the fringe was, today, covering. He did not ask about Harry's parents. He did not, in fact, ask anything at all. What he said was, "I wish you to know, Mr. Black, that should you ever, at any point in your time at this school, find yourself in need of a person to speak to, on any subject, however trivial, or however grave, my door is open. It is open to every child in the castle. It is, I think, a little more open to you." "Thank you, sir. I mean it. I believe you, sir." "I wish," said Dumbledore, and there was a thing in his voice that Harry did not understand yet but would, later, that I had been, in a better position, 10 years ago. Harry considered this. Harry, at 11, had been trained well enough in the reading of silences that he heard the 10 years ago and filed it beside the photograph in the crate in the attic and the surname McGonagall had used on the first morning when she had read his name from her register, Black, Hadrian, and the small, wordless glance she had made at Dumbledore when she had done so. "Sir," said Harry. "Yes. May I ask a question?" "Always." "Who was I before?" Dumbledore was, for a long moment, entirely still. "That," he said, at last, "is a question, Mr. Black, that I am not the right person to answer. I will say only this. When you are ready, and not before, you will find that I am, in this matter, on your side. You may not believe that, yet. It is all right not to believe it yet. You have been raised, I am told, by a woman who would prefer that you did not. But I will say it anyway." Harry, inside his head, heard Bellatrix say, "Dumbledore is a liar, darling, he is the worst sort of liar, he is the sort who lies beautifully." Harry, looking at Dumbledore, also heard, underneath, something he did not remember learning but was fairly sure Narcissa had, one night, put into him, "Dumbledore is not an enemy of yours, darling. Whatever your mother says. Whatever your Uncle Lucius says. Dumbledore is not, in himself, an enemy of yours. Remember this." Harry stood up. "Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Mr. Black. I may take you up on that one day, sir. I would be honored." Harry went to the door. At the door, he paused, and turned. "Sir." "Yes. My sister is waiting in the corridor. Her name is Hermione. If anything ever happens to me. If, you know. If. She should know the same things I know." Dumbledore looked at him. "I understand, Mr. Black. Thank you, sir." Harry went down the moving staircase. Hermione was, as promised, at the bottom. She looked up from her book. "Well?" "He didn't say anything." "Nothing?" "Nothing I understood." "Harry, Hermione. We have 7 years. We have 7 years and we have each other and we have the tower room, in a manner of speaking, and we have the books. We'll get there." She took his hand. They walked down the empty stone corridor, together, small against the great stone walls, past a suit of armor that turned its head very slightly to watch them pass, and Hermione said, quite calmly, "Yes. We will." The Slytherin common room, Harry decided on the 5th evening, was only half as impressive as Narcissa had made it sound and twice as cold. It was, to be fair, under the lake. It had a greenish glow. It had leather sofas and tapestries and a great carved mantel and a portrait of Salazar Slytherin, who had not, so far, said a single word, but who, Hermione reckoned on the evidence of 3 days' observation, was listening to everything. There was a hierarchy. The hierarchy began with Draco Malfoy, descended with grave precision through Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini, paused at Pansy Parkinson, and then bifurcated in complicated ways Harry did not yet fully understand. Harry and Hermione had, on arrival, been slotted, by unanimous wordless agreement, into the top tier. It had to do, Hermione privately thought, mostly with surname and stare. It was on the 6th evening that Harry found the boy crying in the corridor. He had gone, against Hermione's advice, on a small reconnaissance of the castle alone. Hermione had stayed behind to finish an essay for Professor Flitwick, which she had not been set, and which she was writing of her own volition, and which was going to be 9 feet long. Harry had left her in the common room with a bottle of ink and a small furrow between her eyebrows, and he had gone wandering, because a person needed, sometimes, to walk without being walked with. The corridor ran along the 2nd floor and had a row of suits of armor that chimed the hour on nothing in particular. Between the 4th and the 5th of these, tucked into an alcove that had once held a statue of somebody nobody remembered, was a boy, about Harry's size, curled in on himself, crying. Harry recognized him. The boy's name was Longbottom. Hermione had told Harry, on the train, the boy's name was Longbottom, and had watched Harry's face as she said it, because Hermione, quietly, in the forbidden section of the Highland library, had, unlike Harry, read the full report of what Bellatrix Lestrange had done to Frank and Alice Longbottom in 1980. Harry knew only the name. Harry knew the family had, like his, lost its parents in the war. Hermione had, at 11, after long consideration, decided Harry did not yet need to know the rest. "Hello," said Harry. The boy on the floor looked up. His face was red and damp. "Go away," he said. "What happened?" "Nothing." "Go away." Harry, who had been raised by a woman who would have insisted he go, and a woman who would have insisted he stay, compromised by sitting down in the corridor about 3 feet away with his back against the wall. "I'm Harry. I know who you are." The boy wiped his nose furiously. "Everybody knows who you are. Everybody's talking about you. You're her son." "Yes." "Get away from me." "No." No." The boy stared at him. "Why?" "Because I'm sitting here," said Harry, "and you're sitting there, and I haven't done anything to you, and you haven't done anything to me, and if you want me to go away you can move, yourself." The boy, Neville, Harry remembered suddenly, Neville Longbottom, considered this, through tears. He did not move. They sat in the corridor for a minute. Somewhere a portrait coughed. "She," said Neville. "Yes." "She, your mother, yes. She hurt my parents." "I know." The boy's eyes widened. "You know." "I was told." "Not all of it." "Enough." "By who?" "My sister." "Your, Hermione." "She found out." "A long time ago, I think." "And she told you?" "Yes." "When?" "Tonight. Before I came up here." The boy looked confused, which was fair, because Harry had not, in fact, known before 2 minutes ago, but had understood, with a sudden horrible certainty, when the word Longbottom had surfaced in his head that Hermione had, in her wise and dreadful way, arranged for him to come out of the common room alone this evening, to walk this corridor, to find this boy. He would, later, be slightly afraid of Hermione about this. He would also, later, love her slightly more. "I'm sorry," Harry said. "You don't have to be sorry. It wasn't you." "I'm still sorry. Your mother, is my mother." "Yes. She did a terrible thing. She did a lot of terrible things, Black." "Yes. And now you, and your sister, Neville," said Harry. The boy stilled. "Neville." I don't know what to do about any of this. I don't know how to be the son of the woman who hurt your parents. I don't know how to walk past you in a corridor for 7 years. I don't know if you will ever be able to look at me and not see her. But I am 11, and I did not ask to be her son, and I do not want to be your enemy. Because there will be, in this school, in this country, in the next few years, enough people who will want to be my enemy to fill any quota I need. I do not need you in it. Neville Longbottom stared at him. Harry did something then that he had not done with a single person in 6 years, because it had not, in 6 years, been available to him. He held out his hand. I'm Harry. Neville looked at the hand a long time. Neville, he said, quietly. Neville Longbottom. Hello, Neville. They did not shake. Neville did not quite bring himself to take the hand. But he did not slap it away. And Harry, after a decent pause, let his hand fall, and said, Who put you in the corridor? Malfoy. Ah. He said, It was about my grandmother. He said something about my grandmother. Right. I told him I would, did you hex him? I tried. I got it wrong. Would you like me to do it for you? Neville blinked. What? Draco. Would you like me to hex him for you? You'd hex your cousin. I've been hexing my cousin since I was 5, Neville. It is a minor family tradition. Neville Longbottom, against every grain of his prepared biography, laughed. It was a broken, surprised laugh, not a happy one, but it was a laugh. You can't, watch me. No, I mean, don't. Don't. It'll make it worse. Hill, all right. You don't have to. All right. But, yes, Neville. Thank you. For what? For sitting. Harry nodded once. He stood. He offered a hand again, this time only to help the boy up. Neville, after a moment, took it. Harry pulled him to his feet. I'm in Gryffindor, Neville said. So I assumed. You're in Slytherin. Yes. We're not supposed to be friends. No. We're not. But, Harry said, we could, I think, not be enemies. All right, said Neville. Come on. Walk back to the stairs. I'll go the other way. Don't tell anybody we talked. All right. Neville. Yes. If he does it again, if Draco does anything, to you about your grandmother or your parents, you find me. You find my sister. You find us. And we will, between us, handle it. Why? Harry looked at him for a long moment. Because, he said, I do not believe in inheriting certain kinds of debt, Neville. And I think it is about time somebody of my last name paid one down. He walked off down the corridor. Neville watched him go. When Harry's footsteps had disappeared, Neville sat down on the stone bench by the suit of armor, and wiped his face on his cuff, and felt, for the first time since he had stepped onto the Hogwarts Express, as if the castle might, possibly, contain a version of the next 7 years he could survive. Harry did not tell Hermione, that night, that he knew. Hermione did not tell Harry, that night, that she had arranged for him to know. They were, at 11, already practicing the small diplomatic silences that would, over 7 years, carry them through worse things than a corridor and a Longbottom boy. What Hermione did tell him was that she had, at dinner, caught Draco by the elbow and had said, very softly, in the carrying voice she had learned from Narcissa, that if Draco spoke to Neville Longbottom about Neville Longbottom's parents or grandmother again, she would personally, with her brand new wand, fill Draco's pillow, discreetly, with something that would give Draco a facial rash of such originality that not even Lucius Malfoy's connections could cure it before the new year. Did he believe you? He believed me. Hermione. Yes. Would you have actually done it? Of course, Harry. I love you. I love you, Harry. Draco, at the other end of the common room, was very quiet that evening. He was very quiet the next day. By the end of the first week he had stopped calling Neville Longbottom anything at all, which was, both Harry and Hermione agreed in a whispered conference on the way to herbology, the best outcome anyone was going to get out of Draco on the subject, and they would take it. In Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class on the Friday, Hermione turned a match into a needle on the first attempt. McGonagall stared at her for a second too long. McGonagall, in her head, was doing arithmetic. Hermione could see that plainly. McGonagall had taught Bellatrix. McGonagall had taught Narcissa. McGonagall had watched the Black Sisters move through this classroom 25 years ago. McGonagall was, at present, checking the arithmetic and not liking the sum, because the girl in front of her, 11 years old, neatly pressed robes, brown hair in two tight plaits, steady brown eyes, looked nothing at all like any black Professor McGonagall had ever seen, and transfigured like she had been doing it since she could walk. "Miss Black," said McGonagall, carefully. "Yes, Professor." "Where were you at primary school?" "I was tutored at home, Professor." "By whom?" "By my aunt, Professor. Mrs. Malfoy." "Ah. Is there a problem, Professor?" "No, Miss Black. There is not a problem." "Thank you, Professor." McGonagall, watching her, did not quite smile. 10 points to Slytherin, she said, drily, for competence. Draco Malfoy, from the bench behind, said TCH in a way that suggested the points should have been 20. Hermione, without turning her head, kicked him gently on the ankle. Draco said nothing further. Harry, across the aisle, silently transfigured his own match, after only 3 tries, and McGonagall, passing, murmured, 10 to Slytherin also, Mr. Black. Well done, and her eyes, on Harry, were for 1 second longer than they should have been, and Harry, catching the look, thought of Dumbledore's office, and of the photograph in the crate, and did not speak. By the end of the second week, the Slytherin first-year dormitory had settled into an uneasy but functional ecology. Draco ruled by seniority. Blaise observed. Theo was quietly brilliant at charms. Crabbe and Goyle did what Draco said, mostly. Pansy Parkinson had taken one look at Hermione on the first night and decided, entirely on her own, that Hermione was either going to be her best friend or her worst enemy, and Hermione had, with a courtesy that was, Pansy suspected, not quite real, opted neither, yet. Harry, for his part, had been adopted by the older Slytherin girls as a collective project, because the older Slytherin girls had known Bellatrix was on this child's birth certificate and had all, to a witch, decided they were going to befriend this tiny terrifying 11-year-old within an inch of his life for the sake of their future prospects. Harry bore it well. At night, though, the two of them met in the common room, on the leather sofa in the corner by the window into the lake, and held quiet conferences. They discussed the interview. They discussed Dumbledore. They discussed the Weasley boy, who, Hermione reported, had sat with her on purpose in herbology, and had asked her, with considerable embarrassment, whether she thought he might, possibly, have been a prat on the train. They discussed Neville. They discussed the letter Harry had already written to Bellatrix, 3 pages, all of it pleasant and none of it true, and the one Hermione had written to Narcissa, which was shorter and rather more true, because Narcissa had made it absolutely clear, at King's Cross, that she was to be told the truth, always. On the Sunday evening of the second week, after supper, there was a small, ordinary event, and it would matter, later, though nobody at the time knew why. They were walking back from the Ollery. Hermione had posted her letter. They were alone in a corridor on the 3rd floor. The corridor was, they knew, a corridor they were not supposed to be in. Dumbledore had, in his welcoming speech, specifically mentioned that the 3rd floor corridor on the right-hand side was not to be entered on pain of a very painful death. They had not entered it. They had walked past its mouth. At the mouth they had paused. Harry. Feel that? Feel what? The air. The air in that corridor is, off. He stilled. He turned his face fractionally, like Bellatrix had taught him. He breathed in, the way Bellatrix had taught him. Hermione. Yes. That's dark. That's properly dark. Yes. Why is there properly dark magic in a school corridor on the third floor? That, said Hermione, is a very good question. They did not go in. They stood at the mouth another moment, like two small cats at a closed door, and then Hermione, with a quick little shudder, took Harry's elbow. Come on. Bed. I don't want to think about it here. I want to think about it downstairs. They walked away. Behind them, unseen, a long whispering thing, not a voice, not quite a smell, a faint thinning of the air, had, for an instant, seemed to notice them, the way a sleeping dog in a distant kitchen notices a door opening 2 rooms away and twitches an ear. Then, again, it slept. Hermione would, in a month, make Harry write it down. Hermione had, already, started a small locked notebook in which she was recording every oddness of the castle that seemed to her out of order. She had, 2 days before, begun making a map of where the house ghosts were willing to go and not willing to go. She was, at 11, inside the first month of her first term at Hogwarts, already, quietly, doing the work her parents at a dining table in Hayford Parva would never have understood, and her aunts in a Highland house would have, if they had known the full scope of it, been equally appalled and intensely proud of. She said nothing about this, yet, to Harry. She did, as they stepped through the dungeon door back into the common room, into the greenish light, squeeze his hand, and lean her head for 1 second against his shoulder. We're all right, she said, as if confirming it to herself. We are, Hermione. We're going to be all right. Yes. They sat down on the leather sofa by the cold green window. Above them, in a tower high in the castle, an old man in a plum-colored robe stood at his own window, looking out over the grounds at the last of the evening's light, and thought, not for the first time that week, about 2 children in dungeon robes who had, this afternoon, walked across one of the wards he had personally laid on the third-floor corridor, and tripped, without triggering, a spell designed to trigger only on the very strongest magical signatures. He had not seen them trip it. He had felt it all the way up here. He thought, very briefly, about writing to their mother. He thought, on reflection, better of it. He thought, instead, with a small, private, weary smile, that the next 7 years were likely to be more interesting than the last 100, and he went to bed. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Serpent's Mouth. The book came into their possession on a Tuesday, in a stack of other books, and nobody noticed. It had been Lucius's idea. That, it turned out, was going to matter later. It was not yet August when the plan had been laid, over brandy in his study, his gloves on the arm of his chair. He had told Narcissa, half laughing, half serious, that he was going to do the ministry a favor. He was going to return a little family heirloom that had belonged to the Riddle estate and had, somewhere in the long shuffle of the war, ended up in his possession. He was going to give it, anonymously, to a deserving home. He had not, at that stage, specified which home. Narcissa, who knew the shape of her husband's half-smiles, had said, "Which home, Lucius?" "A pure-blood home." "Whose?" "Does it matter?" "Yes. The Weasleys." Narcissa had set her glass down. "Lucius. It is an anonymous donation." "Lucius, an anonymous donation of that book to a household containing 7 children." You cannot possibly, 7 children who are getting in my way, Chissa. That youngest boy has already done more damage to Draco's reputation at that school than any Weasley has managed in 2 decades. The Arthur Weasley business in the ministry is, as you know, problematic. And the book does nothing to a child of ordinary talent. It bides its time. It speaks to a child of unusual appetite. None of those children, by any account, qualifies. The book will sit, inert, in a Weasley bookcase for a year. Their father will, in due course, find it. Their father will bring it to the ministry. Their father will be asked, inconveniently, to explain how a forbidden item came to be on his shelf. The diary, I assure you, Chissa, contains charms that will identify it, once it is examined, as having been handled extensively by the Weasleys. It will not be traceable to us. Narcissa had looked at him a long, cold time. You are, she had said, going to plant an artifact of the Dark Lords in a family of children, with the express intention of framing their father. That is an emotive framing, my dear. It is an accurate framing, Lucius. Chissa, do not bring that thing near our children. It has nothing to do with our children. Do not bring it near our children. He had lifted his glass again, and smiled at her, and said, I would never. He had, in point of fact, never intended the book to go near Harry or Hermione. Lucius was not stupid. Lucius had watched, over 6 years, his wife and his sister-in-law remake themselves around those two children. Lucius had, with some discomfort, come to understand that he lived, on the marital level, in a country whose borders had been quietly redrawn in his absence. Lucius did not wish to annoy his wife. He intended the diary strictly for the Weasley shelf. What Lucius had not factored in, and never did, was this, that at Flourish and Blots, in August, 2 days before term, while Lucius was, with an elaborate insult, slipping the diary into Ginevra Weasley's cauldron behind her father's back, Draco, bored, was standing beside Hermione Black in the potions section, watching her choose. Hermione had selected, with her usual rigor, her 5th book, a second-hand copy of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. She had gone to the counter. At the counter, Lucius had paid for his own stack had been bagged, and Hermione's had been bagged, and, due to a muddle involving a distracted shop clerk in a fire crab enclosure outside that had just, noisily, caught fire, one book had ended up in the wrong bag. Specifically, the diary had ended up in Hermione's. Lucius had, 4 days later, realized. Lucius had not, at that point, told anyone. Lucius had, with the small, tight fury of a very tidy man whose plan has fouled on one of its own angles, sent an owl to Ginevra Weasley, because he did, in fact, have an unrelated inquiry to make of her father, and the owl had come back without incident, and Lucius, grinding his teeth, had gone to bed without sleeping, and had decided that the diary would simply have to be retrieved, quietly, at Christmas, from Malfoy Manor, where Hermione would, as always, spend a single night of the holiday. He had told himself this would be simple. He had told himself that Hermione, at 12, would not notice a mislabeled schoolbook in her trunk. He had told himself, over 3 months, every lie he had to tell himself to keep from feeling the thing at the edge of his chest which felt, suspiciously, like dread. He need not, as it turned out, have bothered. Because the diary, in Hermione Black's trunk, was not a diary of ordinary talent. And Hermione Black, at 12, was not a child of ordinary appetite. And it had, already, on the 2nd night of term, started to whisper. She told Harry on the 4th night. They were in the common room after curfew, because the common room after curfew was, as both of them had discovered in their first year, the only part of the castle in which it was possible for them to have a private conversation. Everywhere else had portraits, and the portraits, since Hermione's transfiguration scores had, in October, been posted on the board outside the staff room, had all, to a frame, started paying rather more attention to the black children than Hermione liked. In the common room after curfew, by contrast, the tapestries were inanimate and the great serpent over the mantelpiece had been told, the century before last, never to breathe a word of anything, ever, and it never had. Harry. There's a book in my trunk. Most of your possessions are books in your trunk. It's talking to me. Harry stopped pretending to read. Talking to you. Talking. In my head. Not out loud. Since when? Since the first night. Since Hermione, why did you not tell me this 4 nights ago? Because I wanted to be sure. Sure of what? That it was real. That I wasn't, imagining it. That it wasn't the castle. The castle? The castle has a, never mind. I wasn't sure. Now I am sure. Come and see. They went down to the first-year dormitories. Hermione's was empty, because Pansy Parkinson was, at this hour, under a duvet in the Ravenclaw Tower flirting with an older boy whose name Hermione had already filed away for future blackmail, and the other two second-year girls were asleep with their curtains drawn. Hermione lit her wand. She pulled her trunk out from under the bed. She opened it. The book was not, on inspection, impressive. It was small, black, and plain, and the covers were faintly scuffed. On the first page, in a neat, slanted hand, were 3 words, Tom M. Riddle. Who's Tom Riddle? Harry said. I don't know. That's part of the problem. It's a diary. It's writing back. Hermione. Watch. Give me a quill. She dipped. She wrote, on the second page, in her small, careful hand, hello. The ink soaked into the page. For 1 second the page looked as any page might. Then, in a very different, elegant, grown man's hand, letters formed on the page in ink that had not come out of any inkwell, hello, Hermione. I wondered when you would speak to me. Harry made a small sound in his throat. Hermione. Yes. Put it down. Wait. Hermione, put the book down. Wait. Harry. Watch. She wrote, who are you? The reply came, in that same spidery adult hand, a memory. A student. Someone who was here, a very long time ago. I am sorry to have startled you. I did not intend to be heard. But you have, I think, a gift for listening. Hermione's eyes flicked up at Harry. Harry's eyes flicked down at her. Harry's face, Hermione saw in the wand light, was pale. Hermione. Yes. Close it. Now. Harry, Hermione, we're closing this book tonight and we're sending an owl in the morning. Mother. Aunt Sissy. Both of them. Tonight. It's writing to me, Harry. I can talk to it. It's, Hermione. Harry was using a voice she had not heard him use more than 3 times in her life, and all 3 times she had, in retrospect, been grateful. I want you to look at me. Thank you. Now listen to me, because I am going to say something to you that I have never said to you before. Do you remember, on our 5th night here, our first year, when we stood in the corridor on the 3rd floor? Yes. Do you remember what you said? I said, you said the air was off. Yes. That book, Harry said, smells like that corridor. Hermione stared at him. She looked back down at the diary. She lifted the book, slowly, and brought it to her face, and breathed in, and for the first time she smelled what Harry, 6 years old, in a stable yard, had been trained by Bellatrix to smell. Dark magic. The particular, thin, cold copper smell of properly dark magic, the kind Bellatrix had, in their 5th lesson in the ballroom, taught them, reluctantly, to recognize because there were certain rooms in certain houses one simply had to be able to walk out of. Hermione's hands began, very slightly, to shake. Oh, she said. Yes. Oh. Harry. Yes. I've been writing in it every night for 4 nights. I've been telling it things. What things? Little things. Homework. A joke about Professor Snape. I told it yesterday, I had a brother. I told it a brother called Harry. Harry, I told it your name. Harry reached very calmly across her, took the diary out of her hands, closed it, wrapped it in the spare pillowcase from the foot of her bed, and tied the pillowcase with the ribbon Hermione had been using as a bookmark. We are going, he said, to the Ollery. Now. In our nightclothes. I don't care. They were halfway down the stone corridor to the Ollery when they heard the footsteps behind them and froze. Oh, said Hermione, under her breath, and she turned. It was Neville. Neville had clearly, for reasons all his own, been out of bed in the castle at 1 in the morning, and had clearly been going in the same general direction as they had, and had clearly, Hermione could see it from 15 feet away, been crying again. Neville's boggart, he had confided in Harry over a stolen pumpkin pastry 2 months ago, was Bellatrix. Neville's boggart had always been Bellatrix. Neville, over the past year, had, with a kind of quiet extraordinary courage, decided that this was not something Harry or Hermione needed to know the full weight of, and had, when Harry had asked him once, only said, shyly, carefully, that he was working on it. Harry. Hermione. Neville. What are you doing out? I wanted to send a letter. To my Gran. I was going to tell her, never mind, I was going to tell her something. What are you? We're sending an owl too, said Hermione. At 1 in the morning. It's important. Neville looked at the pillowcase under Harry's arm, at the ribbon, at the tightness of Harry's mouth, at Hermione's fingers in her sleeve. He was, at 12, nobody's fool. Is somebody in trouble? Not yet, said Harry. I can, Neville paused. I can come with you. Why? Because, said Neville, simply, it's a long walk to the Ollery, and 2 people awake at 1 in the morning in a corridor are suspicious, but 3 are a group project. Harry looked at him, and smiled, for the first time since the dormitory. Group project it is, he said. They went up to the Ollery together. They wrote 2 letters, quickly, Hermione one-handed on a windowsill, one to Narcissa, one to Bellatrix, identical except in the opening line, which was Dearest Mother/Dearest Aunt Sissy, please. Something has happened. We need you to come. Immediately. Hermione has a book. We believe the book is an instrument of the Dark Lord. Harry. Hermione. They rolled both letters tight, tied them to the legs of 2 of the school owls, both birds, in Hermione's judgment, grown enough for a direct Highland flight, and launched them out into a cold November sky. Neville, as they watched the owls go, said, very quietly, the Dark Lord. Neville, it's all right. I won't, Neville. I won't tell anyone, Harry. I want you to know that. I will not tell anyone. I know you won't, Neville. But if he's coming back. If it's that. If it's anything near that, then, said Hermione, softly, we will all do what we can, all right? But not tonight. Tonight we go to bed. They did not, of course, go to bed. Not properly. They waited, in the common room, for the reply. It came at 5:10 in the morning, in the beak of a very cross Bellatrix owl that had, by the look of it, flown through several fronts of weather and was not in the mood to be patient about it. Hermione untied the letter. She opened it. She read it. She handed it, wordlessly, to Harry. Darlings, it said. I am coming. Stay in your common room. Do not open the book again. Do not show it to another teacher. Do not, under any circumstances, let Dumbledore near it until I have seen it first. Chissa is coming via Portkey through the Ministry, I am coming by Broom via the Forbidden Forest. We will be at the Hogsmeade Gate within the hour. Tell no one. Bella. Mother is coming by Broom, said Hermione. I read that. Through the Forbidden Forest. Yes. Because she does not, and this is a direct quote, want to be filed for entering the grounds. Yes, I read that too. We should not be surprised by this. Hermione, we are, in no way, surprised by this. Narcissa arrived at the Hogsmeade Gate in her best travelling robes, a long silver clasp at her throat, her hair in the coil she wore only for formal business. She had fled to the gate and walked the last stretch with a ministry pass in her sleeve that she had, with real effort, obtained from a sympathetic cousin at 3:50 in the morning. Bellatrix arrived 2 minutes later, landing a broom she had not flown in 8 years in the gravel of the driveway with the skill of a much younger woman, her hair like a crow's nest, her cheeks whipped red, and her eyes were not, Narcissa noted with some alarm, at all mad. Her eyes were the eyes of a general arriving at a front. "Sissy! Bella! Where are they?" "In the common room. Dumbledore has agreed to meet us in his office in 10 minutes. McGonagall is bringing them up." "Good. Lucius is already here." "I am sure he is, Sissy. I will deal with Lucius." "So will I, Sissy. Let us be clear." "Bella." "Yes. Let us not, today, in this place, in front of these children, do anything irrevocable." Bellatrix smiled, with the mirthlessness of a saw blade. "Darling," she said, to her sister, "today is not the day for irrevocable. Today is merely the day for deeply memorable. Irrevocable will come later." "Bella." "I promise, Sissy. I promise." They went up to the castle together. They did not speak. Narcissa, at the front step, made Bellatrix pause. She straightened Bellatrix's collar with one gloved hand, smoothed Bellatrix's hair with the other, and looked into her sister's face for 1/2 second with an expression Bellatrix had not, since 1976, seen her sister wear. "Bella." "Yes. If the Dark Lord has put so much as an echo of himself in our daughter's trunk, we are going to hunt down every other piece of him he ever left lying around, and we are going to burn them." "Our daughter?" "Yes. Ours. Ours." Bellatrix kissed her sister once on the forehead, which she had not done since 1968, and they opened the doors of Hogwarts together, and went in to take possession of their children. In the headmaster's office, 90 minutes later, they came out again, with the diary in a triple-sealed lead box McGonagall had found in a locked cupboard off the charms corridor. Dumbledore, for his part, had said very little. He had looked at Hermione a long time. He had looked at the diary. He had not, Narcissa noted, touched the diary, not even through cloth. He had turned to Bellatrix and said, very carefully, "Mrs. Lestrange. You and I have not, in our lives, been allies." "No, headmaster. I believe we may, in this particular matter, become temporarily so." "I am inclined, headmaster, to agree. The object must be destroyed. But it must first be studied. If it is what I believe it to be, it is one of several. Several. I am, at present, prepared to give you no more than that sentence. It is enough, headmaster. For now." Harry had watched this exchange from the doorway with Hermione beside him, and Hermione had, without moving her face, taken, in her head, 10 careful mental notes, and filed them. Dumbledore's eyes, finally, came to rest on the children. "Mr. Black. Miss Black. Sir. You were," he said, very mildly, "very clever to write to your mother and aunt rather than to me." "Were we, sir?" said Harry, just as mildly. "You were. In another school, in another time, I would expect a child to come to their headmaster first. But you are not in another school. You are in this one. And you were raised by a woman who would rather face a locked door with a port key than trust another witch to hand her the key. You were correct in this instance. I do not mean to say you would always be correct. I mean only to say that, today, you were. Yes, sir. And I wish to tell you both something else. Sir. Whatever this book was going to do to the first child who kept it, it was almost certainly going to be terrible. That child was not, I remind you, meant to be you, Miss Black. But it found you. And you were strong enough to refuse it. And you were brave enough to ask for help. Those are the two things one has, in the face of the dark, and you did both. You should, both of you, be very proud." Hermione, to her horror, blushed. Dumbledore smiled, very gently, at Bellatrix. "I will not say to you, Mrs. Lestrange, that you have raised these children well, because those are not words that your circle will wish to hear from my mouth. I will say only that I am, grateful, that you are, today, on their side. Bellatrix, to Narcissa's astonishment, did not snarl. Bellatrix, to Narcissa's astonishment, inclined her head, 1/fraction of a degree, with the dignity of a queen acknowledging a lieutenant of a foreign army at a neutral border. "We have, headmaster," she said, "been on their side for 11 years. She did not say, "and for reasons you would not like," which were the words Narcissa could hear, even so, at the edge of her sister's voice. She did not say, "and we are not finished yet." She said only the sentence she said, and she turned, and she took Harry's hand in one of hers and Hermione's in the other, and she walked her children out of Dumbledore's office. In the Hogsmeade carriage, on the way down the drive, with McGonagall walking beside the horses because McGonagall had, with a moment's look, insisted on doing so, they had a conversation that was not, any of them, ever going to talk about again. "Mother." "Yes, darling." "Who is Tom Riddle?" Bellatrix sat very still. Narcissa sat very still. The carriage swayed. "Harry, mother." "Harry, that is, mother, he wrote his name in the book." "His name was in the book." "And you and Aunt Sissy went into Dumbledore's office and came out of Dumbledore's office and have not yet, in this carriage, said the name." "Which means you know the name." "Which means the name is a name you have, previously, encountered." "Which means, Harry," said Narcissa, softly. "The name is, probably, the name of the Dark Lord." There was a pause. Hermione said, carefully, "Mother." "Aunt Sissy. Is that right?" Bellatrix, to Narcissa's slight astonishment, was the one who answered. "Yes, darlings." "So he has a name." "He has a name. He was born with a name. He has been, in the long years of my service, quite particular about who, among his followers, was permitted to know it. I knew it only because I was, closer than most." "Because you loved him," said Harry, quietly. It was the first time Harry had ever said the word love about Bellatrix and the Dark Lord in the same sentence. The carriage went very still. Bellatrix's mouth, in the grey morning light, did a strange, small, private thing that neither Hermione nor Harry had ever seen before. It was not a smile. It was the exact, wincing grimace of a grown person recognizing, in a child's mouth, the shape of a sentence the grown person has spent a very long time not permitting in her own mouth. "Yes, Harry," Bellatrix said. "I loved him." "Do you still?" "No, darling." "When did you stop?" "I stopped," said Bellatrix, without hesitation, without drama, with the brisk accuracy of a woman taking stock, "on the night I picked you up, in a crib, in a ruined house in a village in the West Country, and realized, between the stairs and the gate, that he had tried to kill you, and that if he had succeeded I would have hated him for the rest of my life." Neither child spoke for a moment. "Mother." "Yes, Harry. You stole me." It was not a question. "Yes, Harry. We stole you. From the Potters." "Your parents?" "Yes." "And Hermione, from a family called the Grangers?" "Yes." "Oh. I am sorry, darling." "Mother, I am not, Harry, as it happens, sorry that we did it. I find I am not capable of being sorry that we did it. I will lie to Dumbledore about this for the rest of my life and I will not lose a moment's sleep over any lie. But I am sorry that the fact of it has landed in a carriage between here and Hogsmeade, with the two of you 12 years old, and my sister and myself not yet adequately prepared. I had intended to tell you at 15. 15. Yes. Mother. It was going to come out at 15 anyway. Because of the scar. Because of the library. Because of the crate in the attic. Because, crate in the attic. Hermione, who had been silent, spoke now for the first time. We found a crate in the attic 3 years ago, Auntie Bella. I told Harry not to ask. We agreed we would wait. But we both of us, we both, for a very long time, have known that we were not born blacks. Bellatrix's eyes closed briefly. 3 years. Yes. 3 years. Yes, mother. You clever, clever children, Bellatrix breathed. Please don't cry, mother, said Harry, carefully. I am not crying, darling, I am merely, all right, mother. Narcissa, who had not said anything through any of this, took Hermione's hand. Hermione did not pull it away. And you, said Bellatrix. And you stayed. You stayed in the house. You stayed at the table. You called us, of course, mother, said Harry. Why, because we love you, mother, said Harry, a little surprised that it needed saying. And we love Aunt Sissy. And whatever the full story is, we know who you've been. We know who you've been for us. The rest, we can find out. We can find out the rest. But the rest doesn't, mother, it doesn't stop the first. Hermione said, very softly, yes, mother. Bellatrix Lestrange put her face into her hands. Bellatrix Lestrange, in a carriage on the Hogsmeade Drive, with a triple-sealed lead box on the seat beside her containing a piece of the man she had followed into Azkaban, with 2 stolen children across from her telling her they loved her, did the thing she had, in 31 years of adult life, done only twice before, she wept. Narcissa put her arm around Bellatrix's shoulders. Harry reached across the carriage and put his small hand, uncertainly, on Bellatrix's knee. Hermione, on the opposite seat, held her Aunt Narcissa's hand very tightly, and did not let go. The carriage went down the drive. Outside, the first snow of the year had begun to fall across the Highland grass, and the horses that nobody could see, except Harry, who could see them and had not told his family yet that he could, walked steadily through it. Lucius was in the drawing-room at Malfoy Manor, alone, when Narcissa came in. He had not been expecting her. He had been expecting, in the afternoon, a communication from the school. He had arranged, with a certain amount of trouble, to be in the manor rather than at the ministry today, because he had calculated, correctly, as it turned out, that a certain piece of news was, within the hour, going to arrive. What he had not calculated was that the news would come through the door in person, in his wife's best Ravenclaw blue traveling cloak, and that his sister-in-law would be 2 steps behind her, and that both women would, simultaneously, be holding their wands at hip height in a way Lucius had not seen either of them do in a decade. Chissa. Lucius. Bella. Bellatrix did not speak. Bellatrix, Narcissa had decided on the walk from the flue, would not speak. Bellatrix had agreed. Bellatrix stood at Narcissa's shoulder and watched Lucius with the expression of a hawk making up its mind about a rabbit. I take it, said Lucius, setting down his book, that there has been, Lucius. Yes, my dear. Get up. Chissa, get up, Lucius. Put your wand on the table. Now. Lucius looked at her. Narcissa's voice had not changed. Narcissa's face had not changed. But Lucius, who had in 22 years of marriage seen the range of his wife's expressions, knew, with a small, tight, quiet plunge of his stomach, that the Narcissa in front of him was not a Narcissa he had met before. Chissa. I do not know what you believe, your wand. On the table. He put his wand on the table. Bellatrix, without taking her eyes off Lucius, moved into the room, walked past him, picked up the wand, and put it in her own inner pocket. Chissa. Bella. You are in my house. We are in my house, Lucius. It was my dowry. Chissa. The diary, Lucius. The diary of T.M. Riddle. That you gave, in August, to a child. Do not lie to me, Lucius. He did not. He looked at her for a long 5 seconds, and then he exhaled, and sat, carefully, back down in his chair, and laced his fingers. It was not supposed to go to Hermione. No, Lucius. It was not supposed to go to any child. Do not dignify it with was. It was supposed, Lucius, to go to a Weasley. To a red-haired child aged 11, a child you have never met, whose only offense to you is her father's choice of career. You intended to put the Dark Lord's memory inside a child's head in order to embarrass her family in the ministry. Chisa, the book is inert in the presence of ordinary magical, inert, Lucius, is a word for things that have stopped. The book is not inert. Our daughter has been writing to it for 4 days. Our daughter. Chisa, Lucius, if our daughter had been another fortnight writing to that book, she would have ceased to be our daughter. Are you aware of that? Do you understand what the Dark Lord, in that state, does to a strong young witch? Do you understand what you placed, by accident, in our 12-year-old's hands? Lucius's face, behind its veneer, had, very slightly, gone white. Chisa. I did not intend, no. You never do, darling. You never do. That is the difficulty with being married to you. You never intend. You only arrange. And one day, Lucius, one day, one of your arrangements was going to come in at a window I care about, and today it did. What do you want? I want you, said Narcissa, to answer 3 questions. Chisa, 3, Lucius. Let us begin. Chisa, in our home, 3 questions, Lucius. First. Do you know where he is? Who? Lucius. Do not insult me. Do you know where the Dark Lord, at present, is? Not exactly. Approximately. Approximately, abroad. Eastern Europe. He is, weak. A wraith. A thing. And you still keep his property. I kept this one piece. Lucius. I kept 2. Bellatrix, from her corner, made a small, specific sound, not quite a laugh. Second question. Do you intend to return to him when he comes back? Chisa, I cannot, yes or no, Lucius. There was a long, long silence. I do not know. Narcissa nodded once, slowly. Third question, then. If he comes back, and he makes a claim on Harry, will you stand between him and our son? Lucius was silent. Lucius. Chisa, you cannot ask me that. I just did, Lucius. I am asking it again. Lucius opened his mouth. Lucius closed his mouth. Lucius, for all his cunning, for all his tactics, for all the smooth armor of his language, had, at last, met a question he could not answer smoothly. Chisa, he said, after a long while. I will do my best. No, Lucius. Chisa, no. That is not a yes. I have been married to you long enough to know the difference. That is a negotiating position. I did not come here to negotiate. I came here to know. And now I know. She walked to the door. Bellatrix walked to the door. At the door, Narcissa turned. Draco, she said, will come with me tonight. He will stay with us at the Highland house for the Christmas holiday. Chisa. If you attempt to reach him, if you attempt to reach me, if you attempt to interfere in his education in any way, or to put anything from your collection, ever again, within 100 yards of any of my children, Lucius, Bellatrix will kill you. Do you understand? She will kill me, said Lucius, very levelly, whether or not I do anything, Chisa, I think. Oh, no, Lucius, said Bellatrix, from the doorway. Only if you do. I have become dull, darling. I have become, sissy, what did you call it? Target-oriented. She has, Narcissa said gently. I assure you she has. Lucius did not answer. He sat in his chair. He watched his wife walk out of a room that was, by the law of her dowry, her room. He watched his sister-in-law walk out after her. He did not pick up his wand, even after they were gone, for a very long time. They took Draco with them. Draco had been, on their arrival, in the library with his tutor, and had emerged at his mother's call with the wary, tight-shouldered face he had been wearing. Narcissa had noted with sadness, for the past year. Narcissa, at the foot of the staircase, had said only, "Come." "Mother, what, come, Draco? You are coming home with me." "Home? The Highland house." "But, now, Draco. You will write to your father when you are settled. And your cousins will be glad to see you." "Mother, Draco. Mother. Do not make me repeat myself." He had not made her repeat herself. He had, mute, packed a small trunk. He had followed his mother through the fireplace, and had emerged in the Highland house for the first time in over a year, and had stood, briefly, in the drawing room, and had looked at the portraits, and at the worn rug, and at Hermione and Harry, already there, sitting on the couch with identical mugs of something hot, and had said, rather small, I did not know I was coming." "Come and sit," said Hermione, quite gently. She did not look up from her mug. "We've had a terrible day. So will you have had, I think, in a moment. Come and sit." He had come and sat. And Bellatrix, arriving behind Narcissa, had taken off her traveling cloak and her gloves and had said, to nobody in particular, in a voice low and even, "I have to go out. I will be back by morning." "Bella. Sissy. Where are you going?" "I am going to make some calls." "Bella," we said, "I am going to make some calls, Sissy. Nothing irrevocable. I promise. I am merely going to, in a measured way, inform certain colleagues of your husband's that there has been, a change in the situation. I wish it to be understood, broadly, quickly. I wish it to be understood by Thursday that nobody, under any circumstance, is to send any child of yours, or of mine, any post, any gift, any envelope, any artifact, ever again. I am going to, essentially, inform the country. I will do it politely. Bella. Sissy. May I?" "Yes, Bella." Bellatrix nodded. She went to the fireplace. She paused. "Children." "Yes, mother," said Harry. "Yes, Auntie Bella," said Hermione. "Draco." "Yes, Aunt Bella." "You are my nephew." "Yes, Aunt Bella." "You are, from tonight, under my protection, as well as your mother's. Do you understand that?" Do you understand me, Draco?" "Yes, Aunt Bella." "Good. Sleep. All three of you. Tomorrow, we rearrange a great many things." She stepped into the flue. She came back, as promised, at 6 the next morning, with her hair perfectly brushed and the gleam in her eye of a woman who had, over the night, had what Narcissa had come in their girlhood to call the best sort of quiet conversation. She ate breakfast. She did not mention the night. Narcissa did not ask. But when, 2 weeks later, the Daily Prophet reported that a minor undersecretary at the Department of Mysteries, a Mr. Rookwood, had been found, inexplicably, to have retired at 47, and that Lord Knott's eldest son had been, apparently, unexpectedly recalled from his post in the Wisingamott's Dark Artifacts Subcommittee, and that a certain elderly French collector named Montague had abruptly, after a brief and tasteful obituary, ceased to be, Narcissa closed the paper, and poured her sister a second cup of tea, and said nothing at all. Harry and Hermione returned to Hogwarts on the Monday after a weekend in which they had, with Narcissa and Bellatrix, and with an astonishingly subdued Draco, reorganized a great deal of their understanding of their lives. They had been told, over the course of 3 days, everything. About Godric's Hollow. About the Grangers. About the prophecy, as much of it as Narcissa could recall. About Dumbledore, in full. About the fact that Harry's scar, under the fringe, was a fragment of curse, and about what Dumbledore had confirmed in the office that morning, very gently, that it was possibly, not the only object in the world containing a piece of Tom Riddle. They had taken it, on the whole, well. They had taken it, Narcissa would say to Bellatrix later, with more grace than she had seen in the adults of her acquaintance. That is because, Sissy, Bellatrix had said, we started them early. Not quite that, Bella. What, then? They started each other, Bella. Bellatrix had not answered. Bellatrix had only closed her eyes, and smiled, and reached across the table for her sister's hand. On the Monday morning of their return, on the platform at King's Cross, Hermione took the youngest Weasley child aside. It was an odd thing to do. She had not planned it. She had noticed, on the platform, from 30 yards, the small red-haired girl Draco had mentioned on the 1st of September, the one, it now turned out, whose cauldron Lucius had, in August, placed the diary into. The girl was standing alone behind her mother, holding a shabby owl cage, staring at nothing. Hermione, who had, at 12, developed a conscience that was not convenient either to her family or to herself, had detached from Harry's elbow without a word and had crossed the platform. "Hello." The red-haired girl looked up. "Hi. You are Ginevra Weasley." "Ginny." "Hello, Ginny. I am Hermione Black." I know who you are." "Yes. I suspect you do. May I speak to you for a moment?" "In private." Not to upset you. Only to give you a small piece of information that you should have." Ginny, who had been raised in a household that was, whatever else, not without brains, nodded. They stepped behind a pillar. "Ginny. In August, a man named Lucius Malfoy, who is a relative of mine by marriage, attempted to place a dangerous object in your cauldron. He intended it to reach you. Through a mix-up at the bookshop, it reached me instead. I do not intend to tell you what the object was. I intend only to tell you that it was not well meant, and that if anything in the world, has ever reached your hand or your family's hand that you do not trust, a book, a bracelet, a pair of gloves, a portrait, anything, you are to bring it to me, or to a teacher, or to your father, at once. Do not touch it again. Do not write in it. Do not wear it. Do you understand?" Ginny Weasley's mouth was slightly open. Do you understand?" "I understand. Thank you. Why are you telling me this?" Hermione thought about this for a moment. "Because," she said, eventually, "at 12, I do not have very much in the world that is mine to give. But I have information. And I think this information belongs more to you than to me." Ginny looked at her. "Thank you," said Ginny. "You are welcome. You don't know my brother Ron very well, do you?" "A little. He thinks you're terrifying." "Ah. He says he likes you." Hermione smiled, one-sided, the way she had smiled for the first time on a September evening 7 years ago in a library. "Tell him," she said, "that I don't entirely dislike him either. Tell him, also, that if he calls me a Slytherin cow one more time in charms I will turn his ears into radishes." "All right. Ginny." "Yes. Welcome to Hogwarts." "Thank you." Hermione returned to Harry and to her trunk, and the two black children boarded the Hogwarts Express, and as the train began to move, Hermione glanced out of the window, and Ginny Weasley, still on the platform, small and red-haired and thin-faced, met her eye and inclined her head with a gravity far beyond her 11 years, and Hermione inclined hers back. Harry, beside her, said, without looking up from his book, "What was that?" "A treaty." "A what?" "A small one, Harry. With a Weasley." "Right. I suspect we are going to need them." "Right. Harry." "Yes, Hermione. Do you think Mother and Aunt Sissy are going to be all right, after everything?" He thought about it. "I think," he said, slowly, "that Mother is, for the first time in her life, pointed at something worth pointing at. I think that is as all right as Mother gets. And Aunt Sissy. Aunt Sissy is going to outchess the entire ministry this year, Hermione." Hermione smiled. "Good," she said. "Good." They leaned their shoulders against each other as the train climbed northwards, and they did not say the other thing that was in both of their heads, which was that somewhere, at the edge of the map, in a place neither of their mothers knew the name of, a thin, wraith-like thing that had once been Tom Riddle had, in the small hours of a Tuesday, felt one of its own pieces, a diary, an ink, a captured echo, die. It had felt the death. It had not known the where. It had not known the who. It had known only that a child, a witch, had refused it, and that this had not happened to it in 50 years. It had, in the thin place at the edge of the world, stirred. And it had decided, for the first time since the night in Godric's Hollow, to begin again, seriously, to come home. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Lie of the Lightning Scar. The summer between their third year and their fourth, Harry and Hermione decided, without ever putting it into words, that they were going to go to Hayford Parva. They had not been back to Britain for the summer until June, because Narcissa had, with uncharacteristic flightiness, booked the entire family into a villa on the Dalmatian coast for a month. It had been a lovely holiday. Bellatrix had worn the sun hat again. Draco, who had been taken along as part of the Narcissa project, had complained for precisely 4 days and had then, startlingly, begun actually laughing, sometimes, at Harry's jokes. Creature, over Narcissa's objection, had insisted on coming, and had spent most of the holiday in a corner of the kitchen arguing in low malevolent tones with a local house elf about the correct method of cooling wine. All in all, it had been, for the family they were becoming, a success. They had come home, all 4 of them plus Draco, at the end of June. Draco had, to Lucius's poorly concealed fury, gone back to Malfoy Manor for only a week at a time, spending the rest at the Highland house. And when, in early July, Hermione had asked, very casually, over breakfast, with her eyes on her toast, whether there was perhaps a day trip they might make to Oxford to look at a particular library she had read about, Narcissa had, after a long silence, said, "Yes, darling. I think we might." It was not, either of them knew, going to be a trip to Oxford. They had worked it out, Harry and Hermione, over 2 evenings in the Tower Room, with a proper Ordnance Survey map Harry had ordered from a Muggle specialist in London, and a name Narcissa had, one night 2 years earlier, let slip over wine and afterwards pretended she had not, and a rudimentary understanding of the railway system which Hermione, in her methodical way, had derived from a 1987 book on British regional transport they had found in the attic. Hayford Parva. A commuter village outside Oxford. Semi-carried by a single branch line. "We just want to see it," Hermione had said to Harry, 2 nights before the trip. "Yes. We don't go to the house." "No. And if by some chance we did go to the house, we wouldn't go in." "No. And if by some chance they came out?" "We wouldn't say anything, Hermione." "We wouldn't say anything, Harry." "We wouldn't." They had, both of them, lain in silence for a while. Hermione. "Yes. What do you want out of this?" She thought, honestly, for a full minute. "I want," she said, carefully, "to know whether I am real." "What?" "I want to know whether they are real. Whether I have, whether I had, whether there is a house I used to live in and a mother I used to call Mum. Or whether Aunt Sissy and Mother and the books were right, and I was invented, in a kitchen in 1984, out of a small girl who has basically, ever since, been someone else. I want to see the house. I want to see if they still live there. I want to see if they still have pictures of me on the mantel. I want to see if I am a story they tell." Harry did not speak for a little while. Hermione. "Yes. I want to see Godric's Hollow." She looked up at him. "Do you?" "Yes. Harry, it will be, I want to see it, Hermione. Before we are any older. I want to see the cottage. I want to stand in the doorway. I want to know the place was real. My mother was real. My father was real. For 13 years it has been a sentence in a textbook, and a date on a monument in Diagon Alley I am not allowed to look at, and once, when I was 6, a fireplace reconstruction in the ministry that mother wouldn't let me get within 3 yards of. I want to see it. Before my 14th birthday. I want to know it is a place. Harry. Please. We can't do it alone, Harry. I know. We have to take someone. He had thought about this. He had thought about it for a long time. Aunt Sissy, he said, finally. Not Mother. No. Mother won't be able to be there. For either of us. You know she won't. She will want to. She will think she can. And she will stand in the lane in Hayford Parva looking at the Granger's hedge and she will weep, Hermione, she will weep or she will burn the hedge down, and neither is what we need today. Aunt Sissy. Aunt Sissy will say no. Aunt Sissy will say yes. Because Aunt Sissy is the one who actually did it. Both times. She carried me out of the house. She knocked on the Granger's door. She signed the papers. She was there. She is the only person on earth who can walk us through both places and tell us, without flinching, what she did, and why, and what she saw, and what we were. Harry. Yes. I love Aunt Sissy. I know you do, Hermione. She is not going to be the same person, after she does this with us. No. She isn't. Is that all right? He looked at her. I think, he said slowly, that she has been waiting for this trip, in some form, since she walked you out of the Granger's kitchen. Narcissa said yes. She said yes with a quietness that Harry had expected and Hermione had not. When? Friday. Friday. I will tell your mother we are going to Oxford for a long weekend. I will tell her it is a tutoring matter of Hermione's. She will roll her eyes. She will not suspect. Aunt Sissy. Yes, Hermione. We will come back to Mother, won't we? My darling. It isn't, it is not a goodbye, Hermione. It is a visit. You are coming home with me. To us. At the end of the weekend. Do you understand? Yes, Aunt Sissy. Good. Narcissa had turned to Harry. And you? Yes, Aunt Sissy. You are sure? Yes. You will not be the same after the cottage, Harry. I need you to know that. I know. You have been, your whole life, somebody's mystery, and after Friday, you will be your own. Yes. All right, darling. She had, with a short, efficient, un-Narcissa-like gesture, reached across the table and put her hand on the back of his wrist, and squeezed it once, hard, and let go. They went, on the Friday, at noon, out of Platform 1 at Oxford Station in a Muggle taxi. Narcissa, in a neat grey summer dress and a straw hat of the sort that indicated she had once, many years ago, read a magazine about Muggles, looked utterly at home. Hermione, who had not been in a Muggle taxi in 9 years, looked out of the window with the calm hunger of a starving scholar. Harry, who had never been in a Muggle taxi at all, looked out of his window with the frank unguarded astonishment of a 13-year-old boy about to discover that chipped hedges and wet tarmac were a kind of beauty he had not, in a Highland stone house, ever been given the vocabulary for. Hayford Parva, said the driver. Yes, said Narcissa. Which part? 14, please, of the main road through the village. The driver nodded. He drove. They passed thatched cottages. They passed a roundabout and a pub and a primary school and a small war memorial to the First War and the Second. The England of the Muggle world went past their windows in color. Hermione's hand in Harry's, on the seat between them, had begun, very slowly, to tremble. Hermione. I'm all right. Hermione. I am. I'm all right. We do, Harry. We do. We've come all this way. I'm all right. The taxi slowed. The taxi stopped at the curb by a gate with a brass 14 on it, and a slightly tired hydrangea that had, in 9 years, grown enormous, and was still, against all evidence, alive. "This is the place," said the driver. "Shall I wait?" "Wait at the end of the lane, please," said Narcissa. 20 minutes. 20 minutes it is. They got out. Hermione stood, on the warm July pavement, and looked at the gate. The house had been painted, since 1984. The house had a new door. The house had a bird feeder in the front garden, and an unobtrusive brown car in the drive that had not been there in 1984 because it was a 2002 car. It was a perfectly ordinary house. It was, in every dimension that a small serious girl of 5.5 years of age could have catalogued, a perfectly ordinary house. Hermione, for a moment, could not breathe. Harry's hand, very quietly, went round her shoulders. Hermione did not move. Narcissa, on her other side, did not move. "There's a light on upstairs," Hermione said, in a voice she did not recognize. "Yes, darling. That was my room." "Yes, darling. There's a curtain." "Yes, darling. It's the same curtain." "I know, darling." Hermione, on the pavement on a warm July afternoon in Oxfordshire, began, silently, without any fuss, to cry. Narcissa put her arm around Hermione's waist. Harry kept his on her shoulders. They stood, the three of them, at the gate of a stranger's house in a stranger's village, and for nearly 6 minutes, nobody spoke. Then Narcissa said, very quietly, "Darling. The curtain is moving." It was. A small hand had, from inside, drawn the curtain aside. A small face was, at the upstairs window, looking down into the garden. A small face, a child's face, a girl's face, brown-haired, serious, narrow, was, with the precise scholarly attention Hermione knew better than any feature in the world, studying 3 strangers at the gate. Hermione did not move. The child at the window was perhaps 7. The child at the window was not a Granger Hermione remembered. The child at the window was, "They have another," Hermione whispered. Narcissa's face, Hermione could see out of the corner of her eye, did a strange thing. It stayed utterly still, and then, slowly, as though against the grain of years of training, it softened. "They have another," Narcissa said softly. They lost a daughter, Hermione. Or so their memory tells them. Children are not replacements. But they found, I think, a way. A sister. A sister. Yes. Hermione looked at the child at the window. The child at the window, seeing the woman at the gate look back, smiled, because at 7, a stranger smiling up at your bedroom window is an adventure. She waved. She did a sharp little wave with her whole hand. Hermione, after a second, waved back. "Hermione, let's go," Hermione said quickly. "Let's go, Aunt Sissy." Let's go. Now. Hermione, please." They went. They walked, briskly, back down the lane to where the taxi waited. Nobody looked back. In the taxi, Hermione sat in the middle, and Narcissa on one side and Harry on the other, and Hermione buried her face in Narcissa's shoulder, and Narcissa, who did not in public permit anybody to sit so close to her, let Hermione sit as close as Hermione wished, and kissed the crown of Hermione's hair once, very lightly, and did not ask her to stop. "Did you want to talk to them?" Narcissa said eventually. "No." "Did you want them to know?" "No." "Why not, darling?" Hermione, into Narcissa's shoulder, said, small but entirely clear, "Because they have already finished the morning. Because they have made a family. Because they have a new daughter. And because whatever they remembered about me, after your spell, was enough. They loved her. Me. Enough. I saw the window. I saw the way the curtain was folded. I saw the flower pot in the window of what used to be my room. Somebody grieves a child, and then they do not grieve her by letting somebody else live in her room with the window open. Do you understand me, Aunt Sissy? Yes, darling. They are all right. Yes, darling. I am all right, because they are all right. Yes, darling. I don't need to knock. No, darling. You don't. Thank you, Aunt Sissy. Thank you, Hermione. Harry, on Hermione's other side, took her hand. Hermione let her fingers twine into his. The taxi moved off down the lane, past the primary school, past the pub, back towards the station, back towards the Muggle train that would, by evening, take them to a second village, in a second county, for the second half of the day. Godric's Hollow in July was warmer than Hermione had expected. There were flowers. There was a small war memorial in the square, though in this village it was a war memorial for a different war, a war in which there had been only one casualty, and it had been, of course, the Potters. Harry stood in front of the memorial, a thing of white stone, carved into the figures of a man, a woman, and a baby, for a long time, and said nothing. Hermione and Narcissa stood a few feet behind him. They did not interrupt. "Hello," Harry said, quietly. "Hello, Mom." "Hello, Dad." I'm here. I'm sorry it took so long." He did not say very much more. Harry had never been, in the Black family, a great one for speeches. He turned, after a while, and took Narcissa's hand, and together, and with Hermione behind them, they walked 3 streets along the lane and stopped at a small ivied cottage that had, over its front gate, a sign nobody had removed in 13 years. "In memory of Lily and James Potter," it said. And as a tribute to their son, Harry, who survived. Below that, in 12 different hands, in 12 different inks, were messages. Some were faded to near invisibility. Some were fresh. Someone had left, at the bottom of the little board, a small bunch of violets, perhaps 3 days old. Harry read all 12 messages. He read them slowly. Narcissa and Hermione stood back. "Aunt Sissy," said Harry, when he had finished. "Yes, darling. Do you have a quill?" "I do." "May I borrow it?" She gave him the quill. He took it, and a small scrap of parchment from his pocket, and he knelt in front of the little board, and he wrote, steadily, 7 words in his schoolboy hand. "I am sorry I was so late." He tucked the parchment into a crevice of the old wood, behind where a spike had been, and he stood up, and he turned to Narcissa and Hermione, and he said, quite simply, "All right. We can go." Hermione took his hand. "Harry." "Yes. You'll never stop being her son." "I know." "You'll never stop being our brother." "I know, Hermione." Just checking." "Yes, Hermione." They began to walk away from the cottage. They did not look back. On the path to the inn where Narcissa had arranged rooms for the night, Harry stopped suddenly, in the middle of the lane, and turned, almost against his will, and looked over his shoulder. He looked, Hermione would think later, the way a person looks at a light they have not been permitted to look at for a long time, and cannot help, finally, looking at Aunt Sissy. "Yes, Harry. They loved me." "Yes, Harry. Very much. Somebody else would have done for them." "Yes, Harry. Somebody else would. But I am still their son." "Yes. And I am your son as well." "Yes, Harry. And my mother's son." "Yes, Harry. And it is all right to be all 3 of those things." "Yes, darling," said Narcissa, with her voice finally breaking, because Narcissa had not, in the entire expedition, cried, and it was here, not at a gate in Oxfordshire, not at a cottage in Godric's Hollow, but on a summer lane behind them, that she finally had to let herself do it. "It is all right. It is all right, darling. It is all right, to be all 3. Harry walked across the lane. Harry, who at 13 and a half was as tall as Narcissa and would, by next summer, be taller, put his arms around her, very gently, as a child does when a parent is crying about something the child is responsible for, and said, softly, "It's all right, Aunt Sissy. We're going home." "Yes, darling. On Sunday." "On Sunday, yes. Mother will be waiting." "Yes, darling. I think she'll be in the drawing room with a bottle of wine and she'll pretend she wasn't waiting." "Yes, darling. That is exactly what she will do." Hermione laughed, wetly, into Harry's shoulder. They stood there, on the lane in Godric's Hollow, a black woman who had stolen a Potter child who had been made a black child who had been made from a Granger, and the three of them holding one another up. And Hermione thought, with a kind of fierce, delighted clarity, whatever we are this, we are this, we are this. They went back to the Highland house on the Sunday evening. Bellatrix, as Harry had predicted, was in the drawing room with a bottle of wine, and was not, under any circumstances, going to admit to having been waiting. She raised her glass as they came in. She said, mildly, "How was the library?" "Very informative, Mother," Harry said. "Any good books?" "Several, Mother." "Good." Narcissa sat down in the chair opposite. Narcissa poured herself a glass. Narcissa said, without any preamble at all, "Bella. We went to Hayford Parva. And to Godric's Hollow." Bellatrix set her glass down. There was a very long silence. "Sissy." "Yes, Bella. You took them." "I took them." "They asked to go." "I took them." "Without me." "Yes, darling." "Sissy." "Bella. They asked to go without you." "I explained. You could not have come. You know you could not have come. You would have wept at one and killed somebody at the other, and neither of these was what the children needed today." "Sissy." "Yes, Bella. Thank you." Narcissa looked up at her sister. "Thank you, Sissy," said Bellatrix, quietly, very quietly. "Thank you. I love you, Bella." "I know." Bellatrix looked at Harry. Harry looked back. There was not, at present, any tear visible on his face, but something about his eyes had changed in the last 72 hours. Bellatrix had always been a student of small changes in faces, and she saw this one, and she opened her arms, and Harry, at 13, the age at which a boy is supposed to start pretending he is too old for such things, went across the room in 6 strides and let her wrap him up. "My boy," Bellatrix said, into his hair. "Mother. My boy. Mother. I saw the monument." "Yes." "And the cottage." "Yes." "I wrote them a note." "Yes." "I think I am all right." "Yes, darling. I am still yours." "I know, darling. I know. I never doubted. I just in case." "Yes, darling. Just in case." Hermione, looking at them, slipped away, silently, and went to find Creature in the kitchen, because she had a suspicion Creature had been listening from the pantry and would, under interrogation, admit to having a plate of sandwiches ready, which Creature, after a dignified interval, did. Hermione sat with Creature at the kitchen table, and Creature, who had decided over the last 2 years that he was willing to extend a great elf's grudging favor to Miss Hermione Black, poured her tea, and said, not looking at her, "Miss Hermione. Did Miss Hermione find what Miss Hermione was looking for?" "Yes, Creature. I think so." "Good." "Creature." "Yes, miss. Are you all right?" Creature looked at her for a long moment, with his enormous watery eyes, and Hermione thought, with a small jolt, that nobody in this house in the last 40 years had probably asked Creature that question. "Creature," said Creature, at last, "is all right today, miss." "Good," said Hermione. "Then I am too." She drank her tea. She ate 3 sandwiches. She left, without Creature seeing, a canute on the saucer, which Creature, 3 minutes later, would find, and would tuck, for reasons he could not have explained, into the inside of his little pillowcase, where it would sit, along with a pewter locket and a chip of lapis, for the rest of his life. The sun had gone down before anybody in the drawing-room moved, and when it did, it was Bellatrix who got up first. Bellatrix, without announcement, went to a cupboard in the long gallery that she had not opened in 15 years. She came back with a small flat wooden box. She set the box on the drawing-room table. "Sissy." "Yes, Bella. I have been keeping this." "I know you have." "You know." "Of course I know, Bella." Bellatrix opened the box. Inside the box were 2 photographs, very old, very creased, Muggle photographs that Narcissa had, 14 years ago, quietly retrieved from the wreckage at Godric's Hollow and carried home in the lining of her cloak and slipped, without a word, into Bellatrix's jewelry drawer, where Bellatrix had, after some weeks, found them, and had not thanked Narcissa, and had, every 2 years or so, taken them out to look at. One was a photograph of a red-haired woman holding a dark-haired baby. The other was a photograph of a man with glasses and a wand, laughing, with the same baby on his shoulders. Harry looked at them. "You kept them," he said, to Bellatrix. "I kept them, darling. For me. For you. For when you were ready. Are they mine? They are yours now." He picked them up, very carefully. He held them the way Hermione, years earlier, had held the stuffed otter. He sat down on the rug at Bellatrix's feet, and he looked at them, and Bellatrix, without fuss, without expectation, reached down and put her hand on his head, lightly, and kept it there. "Mother." "Yes. Thank you for keeping them." "You are welcome, darling." "Mother." "Yes. Nobody else has these, do they?" "No, darling. Not Dumbledore." "No. Not my father's family. If I have one." "You do. A godfather, Harry. He is in Azkaban. For reasons you and I and your aunt will talk about, at length, in the coming year. But, yes, darling, you have some family yet, living. The photographs, though, the photographs I kept." "Thank you. Thank you, Harry." Hermione, coming back from the kitchen, paused at the door of the drawing-room. Hermione, at 13, by then unervingly good at reading rooms, did not go in. Hermione stood in the doorway, and watched her brother on the floor at her mother's feet, with a photograph of his real mother in his hands, and his second mother's hand, Hermione would remember all her life, resting lightly, like a crown, on his hair. Hermione smiled, the one-sided smile, and went upstairs to bed. The conversation about Harry's godfather happened 2 weeks later, at breakfast, because breakfast had become the Black family's forum for impossible topics, a development Narcissa blamed entirely on the marmalade. Bellatrix had a letter open beside her plate. Bellatrix had been staring at the letter for some minutes. Narcissa, without even looking at it, knew the sender. There was a particular slope to Bellatrix's shoulders that appeared only in the presence of correspondence from cousins she disliked. "Andromeda," Narcissa said, quietly. "Yes. She writes?" "She writes." "About what?" "About a person." "Bella, she writes, Sissy, about our cousin, who has been, for 12 years, in the only place in the world where one can be found not at all." Harry, who was on his second piece of toast, went very still. Hermione, on her third piece, put her knife down. "Mother." "Yes, Harry." "You mean Sirius Black?" "Yes, darling. The one in Azkaban." "Yes, darling. My godfather." Bellatrix closed her eyes. "Yes, Harry. Your godfather." Harry put down his toast. "Mother. You said, 2 weeks ago, we would talk about him." "I did. Are we going to talk about him now?" Bellatrix and Narcissa looked at each other across the breakfast table, the long silent look of 2 women who had, 8 times in the past 3 days, discussed a particular topic in private and had not yet arrived at a conclusion. Bella, Narcissa said. Sissy. We agreed. We agreed. He deserves the truth. He deserves every truth, Sissy. Then. Bellatrix turned to Harry. Harry, darling. Sirius Black was your father's best friend. Sirius Black was the man your parents chose, at your birth, to be your godfather. Sirius Black was present at your christening, and held you, and made, your mother used to tell your father, faces at you that made you laugh. Mother. Yes, darling. You know this how? Because, Bellatrix said, I knew Sirius. He was my cousin. I was the one who taught him to fly on a broomstick when he was 6. I was the one who pushed him into the lily pond in 1969. We were not close, by the end, Sirius and I. We were, in fact, by 1981, on opposite sides of a war. But I knew him. And I knew him well enough to know that he loved your father, and your mother, like he did not know how to love anything else. And I knew him well enough to know that he would not, under any circumstance in the world, have betrayed them to the Dark Lord. Harry and Hermione simultaneously stared at her. But, said Hermione. Yes. But he was tried. Imprisoned. The whole country knows. Mother. The whole country knows yes. And the whole country is wrong, darling. Harry and Hermione sat very still. Mother, your Aunt Andromeda has been, for the past 12 years, quietly corresponding with every Auror who was involved in Sirius's arrest. She has been asking questions. She has a daughter, Dora, who is an Auror herself now, and she has been building a small, careful, stubborn case. And in the last month, a new piece of evidence has emerged. A very old piece. A photograph, of all things. A photograph, said Hermione. A photograph of a rat. A rat. A rat, said Narcissa, with a specific missing toe. Hermione put both her hands flat on the table and leaned forward. Aunt Sissy. Mother. Wait. Pettigrew. Bellatrix looked at her niece with a slow, appraising pleasure, as one might look at a particularly good student mid-answer. Pettigrew. He's alive. Yes. He's an animagus. Yes. He's been hiding, for 12 years. And Sirius has been in Azkaban for a crime Peter Pettigrew committed. Harry had not, in the past 90 seconds, moved. Mother. Yes, darling. Can we, yes, darling. Can we get him out? Bellatrix looked at Narcissa. Narcissa looked at Bellatrix. We are working on it, Harry. Who is we? Your Aunt Andromeda. Myself. Your Aunt Sissy. A cousin of ours in the Auror office whose name I will tell you when the time is right. Dumbledore, to our slight surprise, has in the past week agreed to help. And, as of today, you too, if you wish. Harry exhaled, slow, and long. Yes, Mother. Yes, Mother. It will take months. That is all right. It will mean telling Sirius about you, Harry. Whatever happens, he is going to learn, when we free him, that his godson is 13 and has been raised by me. Ah. He is not going to take it calmly. No, Mother. Harry. Yes. When he meets you. When he is out. He will tell you, I promise you, that you were supposed to be his. That he was supposed to raise you. That your mother and father had meant you for him, and that I stole you. He will be right, darling. He will be right on every count. Mother. Yes. I will listen to him carefully. I know you will. And then I will tell him that I am yours. Bellatrix, for one brief second, looked as though she might cry again, and then she visibly chose otherwise. Good, she said, steadily. Good, darling. That is exactly what I would have you say. Hermione, across the table, said, slowly, Auntie Bella. If we get Sirius out, yes. He is the last of Harry's blood family. Other than Harry's aunt in Surrey. Yes. He will have a claim on Harry. Hermione. Aunt Sissy. He will. He will, Narcissa said, steadily. And we will meet it. And Harry will decide. At 14, at 15, at whatever age Harry decides. He is not a rope, Hermione. He is not a parcel. He is ours because he has chosen to be ours. If, on meeting Sirius, he chooses to spend time with Sirius, he will spend time with Sirius. If he chooses to come home, he will come home. But we will not, any of us, force him. Aunt Sissy. Yes, darling. I love you. I love you too, Hermione. Bellatrix reached across the table. She took Harry's hand. She took Hermione's hand. Narcissa closed her eyes, and then she smiled, very lightly, and said, well. I had better order more marmalade. Sirius came out of Azkaban in the autumn, and he did it on a Thursday. The trial was small. The trial was held, by special order, in a private chamber of the Wisengamot. The evidence, by the end, was considerable. Peter Pettigrew, flushed out from his rat form by a combined operation involving Bellatrix, Andromeda, and a startled Ron Weasley, whose elder brother Percy, it turned out, owned the rat, had broken within 6 hours of his capture, and had confessed, in writing, to the betrayal. The Minister for Magic, caught between his genuine revulsion and the political catastrophe of having kept an innocent man in Azkaban for 12 years, had agreed to release Sirius on conditions that could be renegotiated once he had recovered. Bellatrix was not present at the trial. Bellatrix had, in a rare, bitter concession, agreed that her presence at any event involving Sirius Black's freedom would, how had Andromeda put it, dryly, not help. Narcissa was present. Narcissa sat in the second row, in grey, and did not testify, because her testimony would have been, she had said, coldly, a liability. She had, however, at the door of the chamber, before the Aurors brought Sirius in, laid a hand on Andromeda's arm, the first time she had touched her middle sister since 1975, and had said only, thank you. Andromeda had said, don't. Don't thank me. I did it for him. All the same. Thank you. Andromeda had, unwillingly, let her sister's hand rest on her arm for an additional 2 seconds, and then she had walked into the chamber. Sirius came out of the chamber an hour and 20 minutes later, a thin, grey-bearded, wild-eyed man on Remus Lupin's arm, and Narcissa, watching him pass in the corridor, thought, with a clean small shock, my God, we are old. He did not, that day, meet Harry. He met Harry 3 weeks later, at a house in London that had, Narcissa had been startled to learn, belonged to Andromeda for years, and which Andromeda had, with an older sister's grim, patient courtesy, offered as neutral territory for a first meeting. Harry had wanted to go alone. Hermione had not been having it. Bellatrix had not been having it either. In the end they had compromised, Harry went with Narcissa. Bellatrix and Hermione waited in a tea shop around the corner. Sirius had opened the door himself. He had looked at Harry for a long, long time. Harry had looked back. Sirius had, by Remus's account later, been coached all morning on what to say. Sirius had, in the event, said only, you have your mother's eyes. I know, said Harry. And your father's, well. His hair, mostly. His hair is doing a thing. I know. Where have you been, kid? Scotland, mostly. With mother. Sirius's face had done several things. Harry had watched it do them patiently. Mother, Sirius had repeated. Yes. She did this. She did. She stole you. She saved me, Harry had said, quite evenly. Take it or leave it, sir. I was in a house that was on fire, I was small, I was crying, and she picked me up. You can call it stealing, if you like. If you like. I find when I call it that, it doesn't quite fit." Sirius had stared at him. Then, to Narcissa's surprise, Sirius had laughed. It had been a thin, crackled laugh, and there had been no humor in it, but there had been, she had thought, relief. "You sound," said Sirius, "like your father." "Do I?" "A bit." "Some." "And a bit like her." "Yes." I thought I would hate you for that." "I did not." "I do not. I don't know what come in." "Come in, for Merlin's sake. Come in. Cousin Sissy, you too, though I must say this is absolutely, I am not here to make it worse, Sirius. You never are, Sissy. It is one of your less convincing qualities." "Sirius. I know. I know. Come in." They went in. They talked for 3 hours. Sirius cried twice. Harry did not cry, because Harry had decided on the train to London, was going to do his crying for Sirius in his own bed, later, when Sirius would not have to witness it and be wounded by it. Narcissa, after the first hour, politely withdrew, and went around the corner to the tea shop, and found Hermione and Bellatrix. Bellatrix had not been drinking tea. Bellatrix had been pretending to drink tea. "Well?" Bellatrix had asked. "They are talking." "Is he is all right, Bella. He is himself. He is a ruin of himself, but he is himself." "And Harry?" "Harry," said Narcissa, "is doing what Harry does. He is, at 13, letting a broken man believe he is helping by being helped. He is a good boy, Bella." "I know, Sissy. Our son. Our son." It was after that, after the trial, after the meeting, after Harry began, with Bellatrix's distant but honest blessing, to spend one Saturday a month at Grimmauld Place with Sirius, that the other thing began to happen, quietly, almost without notice, the way the other thing always does. Harry's scar began to hurt. It had not hurt, ever, before. It had sat on his forehead since he was a year old and had been treated, in the Highland house, as a small cosmetic matter that Bellatrix had, when it was convenient to her, covered with a glamour. Harry had grown up forgetting, on most days, it was there. Over the first 2.5 years at Hogwarts it had, occasionally, tingled. Hermione had noted the occasions in her notebook and filed them, and the list had come to 4, and Hermione had concluded that the scar was reactive to certain sources of dark magic and had not, much, worried about it. In January of 4th year, the scar began to burn. Not consistently. Not predictably. But it began to burn, twice a week, sometimes 3 times, and the burning was, each time, slightly sharper. Harry did not, at first, tell Hermione. He was 14. He had decided, 14-year-old-like, that he could handle it alone. Hermione noticed, within 9 days, because there was no medically relevant fact about Harry Black that Hermione did not notice within 2 weeks, and she had sat him down in the tower room on a Sunday afternoon and said, "You will tell me everything, now, or I will write to Aunt Sissy." Hermione, everything. Now. He had told her everything. Hermione, after hearing him out, had sat for a long moment very still. "Harry." "Yes." "He is trying to come back." "Yes. I think so." "He is, I think he is doing something that is connecting him to you." "Yes. We have to tell them." "Yes. And we have to tell Dumbledore. Not just Mother and Aunt Sissy. Dumbledore. He knows more about this than they do, Harry, on this, and we should, yes. And Sirius. Yes. Oh, Harry. I know, Hermione. You should not have kept it from me for 9 days. I know. I'm sorry. Don't do that again. I won't. Harry. Yes. We are going to spend the next 3 years, aren't we, working out how to stop a piece of the Dark Lord from eating his way through your forehead. Harry had smiled, ruefully, because Hermione had a talent for saying the worst thing aloud in a way that drained the poison from it. Apparently, Hermione. Good. Good. I mean, obviously not good. But, good, in that we know. In that we have it. In that we can work. In that we are not, either of us, alone. No, Hermione. No. I love you. I love you, Harry. Hermione. Yes. Whatever happens. Yes. Do not ever let me become him. She did not flinch. I will not, Harry, she said, steadily, holding his eyes. I will not, I will not, I will not. If it comes to that, I will. She paused, and took his hand across the small writing desk in the tower room, and said very calmly, I will do whatever is necessary, Harry. Whatever. I promise you. You are not going to become him. Not while I am in the same room. Not while I am in the same country. Not while I am alive. Hermione. I mean it. I know you do. He took her hand and held it, and for a long time neither of them said anything, and at the end of the long time he said, softly, all right, then. We work. They wrote, that night, to Narcissa and to Bellatrix and, for the first time, directly, on Hermione's insistence, to Dumbledore. Dumbledore replied within 6 hours. Dumbledore said, in a short, brisk, unornamented letter, I have been waiting for this hour for 2 years. Come at Easter. Bring your mothers. We will open the full story. APWBD Hermione read the letter, and passed it to Harry, and said, with the clear-eyed clarity of a 14-year-old student of history on the point of walking into the last of her innocences, well, Harry. We asked. We asked. Here we go. She stood up from the desk. She went to the window. She opened it. She let in the cold Highland winter air, and the smell of snow on the loch, and the far-off call of a stag. And she said, to no one in particular and to Harry at once, all right. All right. One last thing to learn before anything starts. One last thing. Yes, Harry. Which is, said Hermione, how we plan to live, afterwards. Harry came and stood beside her at the window. He put his arm across her shoulders. They watched the snow begin, very lightly, to fall. With you, Hermione. With you, Harry. Obviously. Yes. That's the afterwards. Yes. Good. That's settled, then. She laughed, once, a small snort of a laugh, and closed the window. Easter came slowly. Harry, in the weeks between, walked through Hogwarts with the extraordinary calm of a young person who had, early in life, been drilled by Bellatrix Black in the discipline of not letting a face reveal a wound. His scar burned, sometimes, during potions, it burned, once, during a Quidditch match, and Harry had finished the match first, and then climbed down off the broom afterwards, and had gone to the infirmary with Hermione walking briskly at his elbow and not, in the corridor, once asking him if he was all right, because Hermione had understood, years earlier, that the question one does not ask a Black is the question one does not wish the Black to refuse. Draco, who had spent the year increasingly at the Highland house and less at Malfoy Manor, walked up to them in the corridor on the last Friday before the Easter holiday, and said, without preamble, Father isn't coming to dinner Sunday, so I'll come home with you. All right, Draco, said Hermione. And I, if anything is going on. With Harry. If anything is going on. I want to help. If I can. Harry looked at his cousin a long moment. Thank you, Draco. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. He walked off before either of them could see his face. Hermione, after he had gone, looked up at Harry and smiled the one-sided smile and said, softly, that was a great deal for him, you know. I know. He meant it. I know. It is astonishing what this family can do, Harry, when it puts its mind to it. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Two Wands, One Choice. Peter Pettigrew escaped from Azkaban on the 14th of March, 1995, and for 6 weeks nobody, not even Dumbledore, knew. He had been a rat for 31 of the 35 years of his life, and the prison had not been designed to hold a rat. He had, for reasons that would later be reconstructed by ministry investigators with considerable embarrassment, been transferred to the lower levels of the fortress in December, on the grounds that his particular brand of whimpering had been upsetting the higher-profile inmates, and on the night of the 14th of March a storm had damaged one of the outer wards, and a rat had, in the confusion, slipped between two stones, and had, by morning, been halfway to the Scottish mainland in a herring trawler. He went, as rats go, east. He went across the channel hidden in a fishmonger's cargo. He crossed a border and then two and then four. And in a forest in Albania, in April, he found what he had been looking for, and was permitted to carry it, in a small glass jar, home. Home was not, for Peter Pettigrew, a fixed location. Home was, for Peter Pettigrew, wherever his master's voice, thin and cracked and hateful, told him to go. In May the voice told him to go to a manor house on a hill above Little Hangleton. On the 19th of May, in the graveyard outside the manor, Peter Pettigrew, under instructions so detailed they had been dictated to him, thrice, by the thing in the jar, began to assemble what the thing in the jar had called the ritual, and the ritual had 3 ingredients, one of which was the blood of a particular boy. The particular boy, the thing in the jar explained patiently, would not be difficult to obtain. The particular boy, it said, was, this year, competing in a school tournament. The particular boy, it said, would be in the maze on the 1st of June. It had, it said, arranged matters. It had not actually arranged matters. It had, with the thin tools available to a wraith in a jar, arranged only one, an object that had once been a Triwizard Cup had, 11 months ago, been imbued, by a compromised Death Eater agent, with a portkey charm. The portkey's destination was the graveyard. The Death Eater agent had, in the intervening 11 months, quietly died. Bellatrix, as it happened, had killed him, though not for this reason. The portkey remained. What the thing in the jar had not known, what Peter Pettigrew would not know until the 1st of June, was that the portkey had been found. It had been found because Hermione Black, who at 15 had already begun attending certain ministry consultations on dark artifacts, had noticed, in the manifest of approved tournament items, a particular line item, and had, with a quiet word in the ear of a distant cousin working in the Department of Magical Games, requested that the Triwizard Cup be, discreetly, tested for portkey enchantment prior to deployment. The test had come back positive. The cousin had old Hermione. Hermione had shown the owl to Harry. Harry had shown the owl to Narcissa. Narcissa had gone quietly white, and then she had gone very quickly red, and then she had recovered herself, and she had sent for Dumbledore. Dumbledore had come. Dumbledore, in the drawing room of the Highland house, in April, had said, it would, I think, be tempting to simply replace the cup. Tempting, said Narcissa, drilly. But, headmaster. But if we replace the cup, Mrs. Malfoy, the ritual at the other end of this portkey proceeds without interruption, and we continue to chase a wraith through Europe for another decade. Whereas if we do not replace the cup, someone walks into the graveyard. Who? That is the question, is it not? Harry, who had been on the arm of Narcissa's chair, spoke then. I'll go, Professor. No, said Narcissa and Bellatrix and Hermione, together, in 3 different registers. I'll go, Harry said, again, a little firmer. I'll go, Mother. Aunt Sissy. Hermione. Listen. The person who grabs that cup in the maze has to be someone the ritual wants. The ritual wants me. If anybody else grabs it, the ritual fails and he slips away. If I grab it, the ritual begins, and for approximately 6 minutes the ritual pins him, pins the body he is trying to make, pins Pettigrew, pins everything, to a specific location on a specific map. Which means, for approximately 6 minutes, we know exactly where he is. And if, at that location on that map, we have arranged to be present, in numbers, Harry. Yes, Mother. You are asking us to let you walk alone into a graveyard that contains the Dark Lord and Peter Pettigrew. I am, Mother. No. Mother. No, darling. I did not raise you to walk into a graveyard alone at 15. No, Mother. Then no. Mother. I am asking to walk into the graveyard first. By perhaps 4 seconds. I am asking, in those 4 seconds, to hold him. For you to be there, when he turns around. I am not asking to do it alone. Bellatrix was silent. Mother. Yes. I am asking to take the cup in a maze, and then, in a graveyard, to turn around, and find my family behind me. Harry, I can do that, Mother. I have been, since I was 4 years old, doing exactly that. You have trained me for exactly that. Bellatrix looked at Narcissa. Narcissa looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, to his credit, said nothing for a full 30 seconds, because Dumbledore had long ago learned that in matters of this weight what one does not say is more useful than what one does. If you go, Hermione said, finally, speaking for the first time, I go. Hermione, Harry. I go. That is the condition. It is too dangerous, Harry. Hermione. Harry Black. Listen to me. The working, as currently designed, requires 2 voices. Yours, and mine. If you go alone, the working does not complete. If I go and you do not, the working does not start. We are paired. We have always been paired. The Dark Lord did not factor that in 1981 and he is not going to factor it in now. I go. Narcissa looked at Hermione for a long time. Not into the graveyard, Hermione, Narcissa said, eventually. Not directly. We cannot, Aunt Sissy. Not into the graveyard. All right, said Hermione, and Narcissa's eyes flicked at her, fast, because Narcissa had known Hermione for 9 years and had heard that particular flat, all right, before, and it was, in Narcissa's experience, the sound of a 15-year-old agreeing to a boundary she was not entirely planning to respect. Narcissa did not challenge it. Narcissa understood, at that moment, that she had, for the first time in Hermione's life, been outmaneuvered by her niece. She was, privately, extremely proud. Very well, said Dumbledore, gently. Then let us plan. They planned. They planned for 6 weeks. They brought in Sirius. They brought in Remus. They brought in Andromeda and Tonks. They brought in Moody, who had been, he said, waiting 13 bleeding years for someone to finally ask me to a dinner party. They brought in, to Bellatrix's visible discomfort, Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had been the Auror who cuffed Bellatrix in 1980, and whom Bellatrix had not forgiven, but whom she acknowledged, through gritted teeth, was the best person in Britain to stand, on the 1st of June, at the graveyard gate. They did not bring in Lucius Malfoy. Lucius was, by then, estranged. Lucius had returned, over the winter, to what he had always been, and had, to the surprise of very few, been found, in April, in a Knockturn Alley shop purchasing a particular kind of obscure runic seal. He was, at the moment of the graveyard, being held in a ministry cell on a remand charge, and knew nothing of the operation at all. Narcissa had signed the divorce papers the morning before. It was not, as it happened, going to be a terribly difficult divorce. Narcissa had, 22 years earlier, insisted on a prenuptial contract Lucius had at the time found quaint. Lucius, in May 1995, was not finding it quaint. Draco, to his mother's surprise, had asked to live with her. He had said it over breakfast. He had said it, I mean at the Highland house, Mother, I mean, if you will have me, in a voice Narcissa had not heard from her son since he was 4, and Narcissa had reached across the table and had taken her son's hand, and had said only, "Of course I will have you, Draco. Of course I will." By the last week of May, the Black House was, for the first time in its modern history, full. Full of children, Harry, Hermione, Draco. Full of siblings, Bellatrix, Narcissa, Andromeda, who had, in April, come to the door alone, with a small bouquet, and had been, without discussion, let in. Full of oddities, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, and the occasional visiting Auror, who, between them, had begun to treat the house as something resembling headquarters. Creature was beside himself. Creature had, in a single month, learned the names of 11 people. He hated all of them, but he had learned the names. On the 30th of May, the eve of the third task, Bellatrix came up to the tower room. It was unusual for Bellatrix to come up to the tower room. The tower room was, by family habit of more than a decade, the children's. Bellatrix knocked. She had not knocked, ever, in the history of the house, and Hermione opened the door. "Mother. Darling. May I come in?" "Always." Bellatrix came in. She looked at the constellation chart on the ceiling, which Hermione, 3 years earlier, had, with Harry's help, touched up in fresh silver paint. She looked at the desks, at the bookshelves, which were overflowing, at the small battered otter on the pillow of Hermione's camp bed, which Hermione had never quite managed to retire. She sat down on the rag rug in the middle of the floor, and she said, without preamble, "I want to speak to you both." "Yes, Mother." "I want," said Bellatrix, "to apologize." Hermione and Harry looked at each other. "Mother, before tomorrow. In case. In case." "Mother, don't, let me, darling." Her voice was low, steady, stripped of all her public decoration. "I want to apologize for taking you both. Mother. I want to apologize for taking you, Harry, from your parents, although I know that in a way I saved you, and I know, because I know you, that you have long ago made your peace with the whole thing. I apologize anyway. Because the arithmetic does not cancel. Because your mother and your father died believing you would be raised by their friends, and you were raised, instead, by me, and while I am proud of what I have raised, I am, in this narrow particular, sorry. Mother. Let me finish, darling. And I want to apologize, Hermione, and this one is harder for me, because this one I did for no good reason at all, because this one was entirely a piece of my own greed and my sister's, because this one was a child in a nightdress with a giraffe on it in an Oxfordshire kitchen who had not asked to be taken and whose parents had not asked to lose her. I am sorry, Hermione. I am sorry for taking you. I am sorry I did not, on the first night, return you. I am sorry, Mother. Yes. Don't. I know. I know, Mother. I know. I have always known. Thank you. Thank you, Mother. I have, I think, made my peace with that, too. I am where I am. I am who I am. I am, Mother, I am yours, and I am Aunt Sissy's, and I am my parents in Hayford Parva too, and I think, if you and my mother were ever in the same room, which you won't be, ever, because of me, of course, I think you would both agree that you between you have not ruined anything. Hermione. Yes. You are the single most forgiving person I have ever met. I know, Mother. Yes, Hermione. No, Mother. I am not forgiving. I am selfish. I have been very careful, the last 8 years, to assemble, around myself, a life I find bearable. And you and Aunt Sissy are in it. And I would not, under any circumstance, give it up, even to be, rightly, indignant with you. Bellatrix looked at her niece a long time. Then Bellatrix, very carefully, said, "Thank you." Harry, from the other side of the rug, said, "Mother. Me too." You too, Harry. Me too. For what it is worth. I forgive you for the 91% of it I have authority over. The other 9%, I suspect, belongs to a man in a village called Godric's Hollow and to a woman in the same place, and they are not available for comment. But what is mine to give, mother, you have. Harry, and mother. Yes. Tomorrow. Yes. You will be there. At the graveyard, darling. I will be there. I will be there before you are. I will be there, darling, if I have to dig my way there through the earth. Mother. Yes. I love you. I love you, darling. She did not, to Hermione's surprise, cry. Bellatrix had learned, over the years, to not cry in the tower room. It was a discipline she had picked up from her sister. She stood up. She walked to the door. At the door, she turned. Children. Yes, mother. After tomorrow. Yes. We are going to, whatever shape we find ourselves in, we are going to be a family. Yes, mother. Always. Always. She went down the stairs. Hermione and Harry looked at each other on the rag rug in the tower room in silence. Hermione. Yes. We should sleep. We should. Shall we try? We should try. Neither of them slept, of course. They lay, in their separate small beds across the tower room, and they stared at the silver constellation chart, and they held, across the narrow gap between the beds, each other's hand. Hermione. Yes. Whatever happens. Yes. Thank you. For being there. For being, I mean, in the first place, there. In the Granger kitchen. For being taken. For being brought to me. For being the person who, from 5.5, stood in the library doorway in a giraffe nightdress, holding a stuffed otter, and said, "Yes please," to the library. I don't know how anybody does a life without one of you. Harry. Yes. Shut up. Yes, Hermione. Go to sleep. Yes, Hermione. They lay in the dark, holding hands. Somewhere, far off, over the loch, a stag called. The tower room smelled of paper, and of tea, and of the small lavender sachet Narcissa had tucked, as she did every quarter, into Hermione's pillowcase. The graveyard outside Little Hangleton, on the 1st of June in 1995, smelled of yew and of wet stone. Harry had arrived there by Portkey, which was always an undignified method of travel, and more so when the Portkey had been an outstanding Triwizard Trophy he had not, at the time, wanted in the first place. Cedric Diggory lay on the wet grass 8 feet away. Harry, standing, was doing the arithmetic that a person of 15 learns to do very quickly in these circumstances, which was, in essence, whose wand can I reach first? He reached his wand first. The creature on the grass beside the tall dark figure made the sound it had been making, and Harry, disinclined to further participate, threw up a shield charm that was, by his third-year standard, good, by his fourth-year standard, better, and by the standard Bellatrix had drilled into him in the Highland ballroom since he was 8, astonishing. The shield charm held against an Expelliarmus he had not even fully identified. The shield charm, in fact, did not so much hold as rebound. Peter Pettigrew, who had been officially in Azkaban since January of the preceding year and who had not, at present, been in Azkaban since March, because Peter Pettigrew was a person it was easy to misplace, fell over. Harry did not, in that moment, spare a thought for Peter Pettigrew. He had other business. "Hello, mother," said Harry, not turning. For a moment, in the silence of the graveyard, nothing happened. Then, very softly, behind him, Bellatrix said, "Hello, darling." She had been there. Harry had known she would be. Hermione had, in the box in the top of the maze, held Harry's sleeve and said, 2 words, "We know," and Harry had nodded, and Harry had stepped into the cup. Bellatrix had known. Narcissa had known. Hermione had known. Sirius had known. Dumbledore, as it happened, had known. They had not been able to stop the boy taking the cup. They had not wanted to stop him. They had wanted, all of them, to be at his shoulder when he did. Bellatrix stepped out from behind a yew. She had her wand in one hand, a small vial in the other. She was wearing her dark green dueling robes. Her hair was, for once in her adult life, entirely out of her face. Her eyes were the eyes Harry had seen her practice in a mirror, years ago, when she had been drilling him on what focus looked like. On the far side of the graveyard, another figure stepped out from behind another yew. Narcissa. In grey, because Narcissa was always in grey when she was most dangerous. With her wand in her hand. On the far side of Narcissa, Sirius Black. Opposite Sirius, Remus Lupin. Behind Lupin, Andromeda Tonks, and her daughter Nymphadora, who was trying, with some success, not to shift her hair color in the tense quiet of a graveyard at midnight. And, coming through the Lych gate with the poor timing of a man who had had to delay his entrance because of the portkey's precise calibration, Albus Dumbledore himself. And behind Dumbledore, to Dumbledore's public distress and private relief, Hermione Black, who had refused, categorically, to be left behind, and who had portkeyed in with Dumbledore on the official understanding that she would, and this had been Dumbledore's exact phrase, Miss Black, remain outside the wards, and who was, at this moment, not outside the wards. The creature on the grass made another sound. The tall figure over the creature, a thing all fold and hood and sinew, a thing whose face had not yet finished becoming a face, turned slowly, at the growing sound of footsteps behind it, and said, in the voice of Tom Riddle, in the voice that had, since January, been scraping along the inside of Harry's scar, well. Well, well. Bellatrix. Bellatrix stepped up to Harry. She stood at his shoulder. She did not take her eyes off the figure. My lord. Not your lord. Not any more. No, my lord. You come to kill me. Yes, my lord. I come to kill you. With a boy. With my son. The figure's face did a thing Harry would, later, not be able to describe. It was the face of a man trying to remember a name. It was the face of a thing that had been wrapped in too many hoods for too many years. It was the face of Tom Marvolo Riddle, at the tail end of a ritual that had not yet fully restored him, looking at a child in green dueling robes and recognizing, piece by piece, pieces of himself he had not yet consciously recovered. The Potter boy. No, my lord. The Potter boy. No, my lord. That is not his name. He is Hadrian Regulus Black. He is mine. And if you address him by any other name in the next 3 seconds I will kill you where you stand. The figure, to Bellatrix's credit, appeared to consider this. You have, Bellatrix, it said, slowly, gone mad. Yes, my lord. I have become, over 14 years, a woman. It was not the plan. I apologize. Your loyalty. You lost it, my lord, on the 1st of November, 1981, when you pointed your wand at my child in his crib. Had you succeeded, I would have hated you until the moon fell out of the sky. You did not succeed. So I simply walked away. Slowly. And raised your unsuccess. Bellatrix, move, my lord. What? Move, my lord. Step away from the altar stone. Step away from Peter Pettigrew, who is not breathing hard enough. Step away from whatever potion you have been stirring. We have an understanding, I think, to arrive at. Step away. The figure did not step away. It raised its wand. Bellatrix, without looking at her son, said, softly, to Harry, darling. The shield. Harry raised it. Bellatrix raised hers. Narcissa raised hers. Sirius raised his. Lupin raised his. Andromeda raised hers. Tonks raised hers. Hermione raised hers. And Dumbledore, who had not raised a wand in anger since 1945, inclined his head, once, the smallest gesture, and raised his 9 wands. 9 shields, meeting the air in front of a half-restored thing, 6 shields from an extended, impossible, jury-rigged family, 3 shields from its stray unlikely allies, and the thing, for one long second, hesitated. "You cannot," it said, "be serious." "Oh, we are," said Sirius, from his U, and he grinned, and for 1 second he was 22 again and in love with his life. Entirely. Always have been. What followed was not, in the textbooks, a long fight. In Harry's head, afterwards, it was the longest fight of his life. It began, as these things do, with movement. Pettigrew, on the grass, scrambled for his wand. Narcissa's stunner took him in the side of the head. He did not get up again. The creature on the grass, the wrong unborn body of the thing that had been Voldemort, the thing that had not yet re-entered its new skin, the thing that was at this moment more vulnerable than it had been in 15 years, screeched, and its master, reading the screech correctly, apparat. Or tried to. The wards around the graveyard did not let him. Dumbledore, who was very old, and very tired, and entirely attentive, had put the wards up an hour earlier. Nobody, Dumbledore had explained to the assembled Blacks and Lupins and Tonks's in the marquee outside the maze, was going to apparate in. Nobody was going to apparate out. Not even the Dark Lord. The graveyard, for the night, was closed. The figure turned, mid-disapparation, with a scream of frustration so old it had the quality of an old wound. Bellatrix's curse hit it in the shoulder. It was not a killing curse. It was the curse she had, over years, been privately practicing at the Highland house, and which she had, in a rare moment of candor, told Narcissa she had been practicing specifically for a man. The curse was a thing of her own invention. The curse was not a thing that killed. The curse was a thing that, if it connected, made the body through which it was traveling, for 1 second, fully present. Fully anchored. Fully, heavily, corporeally, real. The figure staggered. "Now, Harry," said Bellatrix. "Now," Harry said, entirely calmly. He cast the spell they had practiced, the 3 of them, Bellatrix, Hermione, Harry, in the long afternoons since Easter. It was not, technically, a killing curse either. It was a complicated compound spell. It involved the blood Narcissa had, on the night of Harry's christening, in 1981, secreted, in a small phial, against the day she might need it. It involved the scar on Harry's forehead, which, under Dumbledore's steady instruction, had finally given up, this spring, what Dumbledore had always suspected it contained. It involved Hermione's voice, raised in the counterpoint she had been rehearsing. And it involved the twin cores. Harry's wand and the figure's wand shared, it turned out, a phoenix feather. Ollivander had said so. Narcissa had remembered so. Bellatrix had, after a great deal of argument with Dumbledore, agreed to design a working that exploited so. The spell, which did not have a name, Hermione had, in her small locked notebook, simply labeled it the working, reached the figure at approximately head height. The figure's own wand, when it tried to push the spell away, recognized its twin, and refused. Priori incantatem, the effect was called, though that had been its common name for centuries. The feathers sang to each other. The figure's body, anchored by Bellatrix's curse, could not move. The feathers sang. Tom Riddle's soul, the weakened, diminished, ritual-dependent shard that had been, for 13 years, born in wraith shape through the forests of Albania and the valleys of the Carpathians, and had finally, tonight, been drawn down by Peter Pettigrew into a newborn body not yet cooled, was drawn, very slowly, into the seam between the 2 wands, and held. Dumbledore, who had been watching, said, in a voice that was nearly unheard beneath the shriek of the working, "Miss Black." "Professor." "Now, if you please." Hermione, beside the Lych gate, calmly, and with the precision of a 14-year-old who had spent 2 months preparing for one specific chord of magic, finished her counterpoint. It was a fragment of Old Church Slavonic, a line of a prayer against ghosts, sung in a key that had, to Bellatrix's amusement in rehearsal, never in her life been sung correctly. Hermione sang it correctly. The seam between the two wands opened. The figure's soul went somewhere else. It did not take the body with it. The body, emptied of its guest, collapsed, not, because the graveyard was closed, into the air, but onto the grass, boneless, at Harry's feet. Peter Pettigrew did not move. The creature on the grass, the one Voldemort had been planning to occupy, stopped screeching. The 9 shields, carefully, one by one, were lowered. In the silence that followed, nobody spoke for a long time. Then Harry said, quietly, to Bellatrix, "Mother." "Yes, darling." "Is that it?" "I don't know, darling. I think so. I think for the body, yes. There are other pieces. The diary was one. There will be more. But the body. The body, darling. The body is done. All right." He turned. He walked, without ceremony, to Hermione at the Lych gate, who had sat down on the stone step in a sudden boneless heap, and he helped her up, and she put her arms around him. Her forehead pressed against his shoulder. Neither of them said anything. Around them, the graveyard continued to smell of wet yew and damp stone. "We did it," Hermione said, quietly, muffled. "We did it. Harry." "Yes. Did you hear the way I sang that last note?" "I heard it. It was perfect. It was perfect, Hermione. I have been practicing the 5th interval for 2 months. I know you have. I mean, really, consistently, hours a day, Hermione." "Yes. It was perfect." She laughed into his shoulder. It was not a sob. It was, fundamentally, a laugh. Behind them, Bellatrix walked across the grass and went down on one knee beside the thing on the ground, the thing that had once nearly killed her son. She looked at it without expression for some seconds. Then, and only then, she raised her wand and whispered a single, clean word, not a long one, not a spell that required elaborate pronunciation, and the thing on the ground turned, in 4 seconds, into ash. Narcissa came up behind her. "Bella. It is over, sissy." "Almost, Bella. Almost." Bellatrix looked up at her sister, and smiled, a small, private, only Narcissa smile. "Almost, sissy. There are, as Harry's headmaster keeps mentioning, other pieces. We will hunt them. We will be, for the next however many years it takes, not a bored family. We were not going to be, Bella. No. We were never, ever going to be. No, sissy." Narcissa reached down. She helped her sister up. She kept her sister's hand in her own, and they walked across the grass, together, to where the children stood at the Lych gate, and where Sirius and Remus and Andromeda and Tonks were, for no very good reason, laughing, and where Dumbledore, old and luminous, was talking softly, as if to an old friend, to the still-breathing body of Peter Pettigrew, which had, Hermione was relieved to see, been professionally bound. Afterwards, in Dumbledore's office, at 3 in the morning, there was a small, unofficial consultation, and it included people it had never, in any previous universe, included. It included, on the leather couch, Bellatrix Black Lestrange, with a glass of fire whiskey and Narcissa beside her, and an entire history behind them, and the two of them radiating, in a small persistent way, an aura of done that Dumbledore, Hermione noted, had not seen in the office for a long time. It included Sirius and Remus on 2 chairs. Sirius, in his first year of freedom, had been relearning a number of skills, among them the skill of sitting still. Remus, beside him, had been, as he always was, Sirius's ballast. It included Harry and Hermione on the windowsill, Hermione cross-legged, Harry's arm lightly around her shoulders. It included, at Dumbledore's desk, Dumbledore himself, in a robe the color of a very faded mulberry, with an expression Hermione could not quite place and which she would, later, decide had been relief. The remaining pieces, Dumbledore said, in the tone of a man who did not wish to prolong a meeting but had to, I have catalogued. I believe there are 4. Possibly 5. One of them I know the location of. 2 of them I suspect the location of. One of them, he looked at Harry, with a long, gentle, pained look, was, for some years, in Mr. Black's scar. That one is gone. Gone, said Bellatrix sharply. Tonight. You are sure? I felt it, Madame Lestrange. I am sure. She inclined her head, slightly. The 5th piece, said Dumbledore, I do not know the location of. I do not know what it is. Voldemort, in planning his own insurance, was creative. We will need, in the coming years, to be, ourselves, creative. Years, said Harry. Years. All right. You are remarkably calm, Mr. Black. I have been remarkably calm, Professor, since I was 3. Mother insisted upon it. Dumbledore smiled, faintly. Mr. Black. Yes, Professor. I want, if I may, to ask you something. Yes, Professor. Your parents, your biological parents, what would they have made of you? Harry did not answer at once. He thought about it for a long second. He looked around the room. He looked at Bellatrix, in her dueling robes, beside her sister. At Sirius, raw and tired and finally, visibly, happy. At Hermione, whose brown hair had fallen out of its plait and was all over her shoulders, and whose hand was wrapped entirely inside his. I think, he said, slowly, my father would have been surprised. I think my mother would not have been. I think my mother would have looked at the people I love in this room, and would have said, of most of them, well. Well. Fine. I would not have chosen her, for you. But you have chosen her. And I think my mother, Professor, was not a woman who believed in quarreling with love. Dumbledore, behind his half-moons, closed his eyes briefly. Mr. Black, he said quietly. Yes, Professor. You are, as a matter of historical record, the finest thing your mother ever did. I will pass that on, sir. Pass it on to both of them, Mr. Black. Yes, sir. They went back to the Highland house on the 2nd of June at noon, after a night during which nobody had really slept. Draco had come, and Andromeda, and Tonks, and Sirius and Remus, and for the first time in the memory of any of the portraits the Highland house was full. Creature, astonishingly, baked. Creature, who had for 12 years refused, on principle, to produce anything but porridge and tea, baked, in honor, he eventually admitted under pressure, of the young master's survival, an enormous treacle tart with a lattice top. Harry ate 3 slices. Sirius ate 4. Bellatrix, who had not eaten a treacle tart since 1962, ate a slice and then, to Narcissa's visible astonishment, thanked the elf. Creature did not, of course, bow back. Creature did, however, pat Harry on the shin. Hermione, later, in the tower room, wrote in her small locked notebook, which had, over 3 years, acquired a modest 2nd volume, the words, "The working. Done. Phase 1. She closed it. She went to the window. Harry, at the skylight, had opened it and was looking at the constellation chart on the ceiling. The painted stars were, by June, faded almost to invisibility, but Hermione could, after all the years, have painted them back in herself, from memory, with one hand. Harry. Yes, Hermione. We have to go on. I know. There are 4 more pieces. Possibly 5. Possibly 5. And the school. And, whatever else. I know, Hermione. Will we? Yes, Hermione. Together? Hermione. Always together. She did not answer at once. She came and sat beside him under the skylight. She put her head on his shoulder. Harry. Yes. I miss them, sometimes. The Grangers. Yes. Yes. And you? My parents. Yes. I do too, Hermione. I miss them. I will always miss them. I think the thing I have worked out, this year, is that there is no door that closes on that. There is no evening on which one reaches the end of missing. One simply misses, for the rest of one's life, the people one was supposed to have, and the people one has are the ones one has, and that is how it is, Hermione, I think. For most of us. More so for some of us than others. Yes, Harry. We are lucky. Are we? Yes, Hermione. We are lucky. We have the ones we had. And we have the ones we got. And we have a lot of both. Yes, Harry. She was quiet. Then, after a while, she said, softly, do you think Mother knows? That we know. About everything? Yes. About what she did? Yes. About how much we love her, anyway? Yes, Hermione. She knows. Is it enough? For her? Yes, Hermione. It is enough. I think it is more than enough. Good. They sat in the tower room a long time in silence, as the afternoon went towards evening. Downstairs, in the drawing room, Bellatrix, exhausted, had fallen asleep on the couch, and Narcissa, sitting beside her with a book, was not reading, she was watching her sister's face in sleep, and she was thinking, with a quiet, astonished gratitude, that it had not worn, this day, the expression her sister had worn sleeping in 1981, or in 1984, or in 1987, or even in 1993. It had worn the expression of a woman who had come, at the age of 44, to a place she had not expected to reach. Peace, Narcissa thought, is an overstatement. Let us not say peace. But it was, at present, something. And it would, tomorrow and the day after and the day after that and for all the days ahead, have to do. And it would do. They held, that summer, a small party on the terrace. They held it on the 22nd of July, because that was the closest full moon to Harry's 15th birthday, and because Remus, for once in his life, had been promised a moon in the company of friends. They held it on the terrace because Narcissa had, at last, had the paving repaired. Bellatrix wore a dress of dark green that Narcissa had bullied her into. Hermione wore a dress of yellow, because Hermione, at 15, had discovered the color yellow and had flatly refused to be talked out of it. Harry wore, somewhere under it all, around his neck, a fine chain with two tiny things on it, a small silver ring that had once been his mother's, Lily's, and a small wooden bead Bellatrix had given him at 4 years old, which he had kept ever since. Sirius made a toast. Sirius was better at toasts when he had had half of a glass of something to loosen his tongue but not more than a full glass. Sirius, balanced on half of a glass, said, to the House of Black. In all its forms. To the ones who started in it. To the ones who came into it sideways. To the ones who came in through a stolen cradle. To the ones who came in through a window in Hayford Parva. To the ones who came back out of Azkaban. To the ones who still write to us from houses not on this driveway. And, here his voice cracked, because Sirius, at 36, was permitted a cracking voice at a party for his godson, to the ones who cannot be here. James. Lily. The Grangers, who were, I am told, dentists of considerable skill. To the ones who made us. We remember them. We remember them, said everybody on the terrace, in a quiet chorus. And, said Sirius, to the boy. To the boy. Who survived. And goes on surviving. And is, by all witnesses here assembled, pretty insufferably good at it. Sirius. Yes, Bella. Sit down. Yes, Bella. Everybody laughed. Bellatrix, for a full second, did a thing with her face that Narcissa, watching, decided privately was the single best moment of her sister's adult life. Then Narcissa turned and lifted her own glass and said, dryly, "To the next piece." "To the next piece," said Harry, and met Hermione's eye across the table, and grinned. 4 or 5 of them, by our count. 4 or 5, Aunt Sissy. We will find them. We will. Together. Together. Hermione leaned across and took Harry's hand under the table. Bellatrix, who, despite all reports to the contrary, had not been watching them, was watching them, and leaned sideways into Narcissa's shoulder. "Sissy." "Yes, Bella. We did all right." "Yes, Bella. We did all right, didn't we?" "We did all right, darling." Bellatrix rested her head, for a moment, against her sister's shoulder. On the terrace, the sun began, very slowly, to set over the loch. The faintest breeze came off the water. Somewhere, far off, a stag called. Creature, wearing a clean pillowcase, passed with a tray of glasses. Hermione caught Harry's eye. Harry, holding her hand, held it tighter. In the distance, where nobody on the terrace could see, a rabbit in the tall grass noticed the light change, and turned its head, and sat very still for a moment, and then, unhurried, went on about its evening. The world did not, despite recent rumor, end. It continued. And the boy who had survived it, and the girl who had made sure he did, walked with the rest of their family back into the warm stone house as the dark came down, and shut the heavy door behind them. Inside, in the long gallery, Narcissa paused by the tall mirror that had, since 1865, told the women of the house the unvarnished truth about themselves. She looked at herself in it, once, a tall graying woman in a dove-colored dress, with lines around the eyes that had not been there in 1981, and an expression she had not, until today, permitted. The mirror said nothing, because the mirror had, generations earlier, been told by a black matriarch not to speak unless spoken to, and had been sulking about it ever since. Narcissa looked at her reflection a moment longer, and she said, out loud, to nobody, "Well. That is a life, then." The mirror, against its standing instructions, replied. "It is not over, madam." "No," said Narcissa, smiling slightly. "It is not." She went on into the drawing room. The lamps were being lit. Bellatrix, who had gone ahead, was at the fire with a poker and 2 small, firm instructions for Creature about the placement of a particular armchair. Harry was sliding, in socks, across the parquet with Draco in pursuit, both of them laughing, Narcissa noted, in the helpless, snorting way 15-year-old boys laugh when they have, for a week, not been allowed to laugh. Hermione, at the window, was explaining something to Sirius with her hands. Remus, on the couch, had his eyes closed and was wearing, Narcissa saw, a small private smile. Narcissa went and stood beside her sister at the fire. She did not speak. She did not, today, need to. Bellatrix leaned, 1/fraction of an inch, into her sister's shoulder. "Sissy." "Yes, Bella. More of this. More of this, Bella. For a long time. For as long as we can arrange. Forever. We will do our best, Bella." The fire crackled. The room was warm. In the window, the last of the light went out of the lock. Somewhere above, in the tower room, a small book with a lock on it sat on a desk beside a quill, and beside it, in Hermione's clear round hand, was a single fresh line that read, in ink not yet dry, Phase 2. Begin. Chapter 6 End.